Wanna tell you that I love you and much more, but I just can't find the words now. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but every time I open my mouth and stop by my pride, yeah. I'll be typing, then deleting. You must think I'm so confused. Baby, baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence time will tell, time will tell. Guess I blame it on my past. Used to plan the future way too fast. Why repeat it when it hurts so bad? Why repeat it when it never lasts? I'll be typing, then deleting. You must think I'm so confused. Baby, baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence, time will tell. Time will tell. Oh, time will tell. Oh. I keep forgetting I'm getting older, but when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have a last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have a last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Before we know it, we'll all be long gone. It's a burden that we share. Maybe we're better off in the long run, but right now it seems so damn unfair. I wanna know what forever feels like, if it's a paradise or a hell. So can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell. Say
Email click, chat lights up. Boarding passes all in the cup. Late gate change, but we still vibe. From pushback, baby, to climb and glide. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Oh yeah. Soft mic check, call outs low. Tiny model on the window. Tiny map over ocean blue. Chatting first class, riding with the crew. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Long haul lullaby, coffee in your hand. Tailwind in the numbers, crossing every land. If your day feels heavy, come and ride this view. We'll trade one night of worries for a sky in midnight blue. Hey! Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth
757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. Looks like we've got a really nice airport here at Budapest Airport. It's also a VATSIM event, and it's Monday, so we're off to Copenhagen. So hop in your airplane. It's flying time. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Alpha Centauri just got in. So did Roddy. Ben's here. I think I saw T-Bird come in earlier today. Oh, yeah, I did. Let's see. What else do I know? Very little. I know it's Monday. I figured that part out. And I've also figured out how to get the Xbox controller working again for the drone camera. It wasn't too terribly hard. Just needed a quick little reminder on how it worked. And it finally, it finally did start working. So that's good news there. Good to see you, Jim. Thank you for coming in today. Michael is here. T-Bird, thank you for always being here. Appreciate you coming in today, and I hope it is a great day. Let's get some music going, and then we ought to get going. This is a little bit of a longer haul, so we need to get out of Budapest here. I keep wanting to say Bucharest. It's Budapest. Hi, Chops. And good to see you. Let me see. Music, folder, epidemic tracks, and share it. And then we need to come and turn off the Christmas playlists. We need to turn on the Now Playing app, and it should be all ready to go there. We should also turn on LHBP. There's LHBP, and now we have been elevated. Okay. I did miss Retriever Neil doing a resub. Always want to say a big thank you for those. Thanks, Retriever Neil, for being here for 7 months. Appreciate the support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Henrik gets back too. Laxon's in from Norway. I think we're all ready to go, so let's get going. Let's come on over here to ground services, and let's see. The airplane just loaded, so we are all loaded up here and ready to go. Let's go ahead. Let's see. Diamond Mike. Oh, you Fiumicino. Oh, Rome, right? Fiumicino, Rome. Yeah. How was Rome today? You know, we got a really nice payware airport for Rome too. We ought to go there soon again. Okay, let's go and get a clearance. I've got everything pretty much loaded in 121.905. The latest ATIS is information Kila. Let's listen on the radio and see if we can't get the clearance here. Okay, let's see. Budapest ground, very good evening from Scandinavian 441 and A321 at stand 38 with information Kilo, requesting clearance up to Copenhagen.
Motherboard, thank you.
Scandinavian 441 Budapest ground, good evening. Information Kilo correct. Clear to Copenhagen at flight LHBP Bravo SID, runway 13 left. Climb initially 7,000 feet and squawk 4233.
Scandinavian 441 is clear to Copenhagen off of runway 13 left, the LHBP 2 Bravo departure. Our initial climb today is 7,000 feet. Squawk is 4233.
Scandinavian 441, read back correct.
Yay! All right, we got all that. That's looking good. Yachty Vision, welcome aboard. Thank you. I think it should be fun. So we got this flight going on today. After we do this flight, if you were here yesterday, you saw that we had a real problem with the CRJ. And it was speculated that maybe what we had was some dodgy nav data, which was why we were getting WASM crashes when we tried to fly it. So I flew it this morning out of another airport, and guess what? No problem at all. So we could do a real nice little CRJ flight if we'd like to. Blue Idol, I hope I said hi. Jim has been to Hungary 3 times right now, so you know all about this airport. Have you seen the scenery? It really does look pretty good. Good night, Captain Chris. Hey, how'd you survive the first morning? How'd you survive your first morning of the week? Captain Chris has to get up early 3 times a week to go to work at Frankfurt Airport. 63.1, this looks really good here. So 63.1, center of gravity is going to be 26.3. Our final load sheet is good. The flight management computer says 6.7 tons of fuel to get to Copenhagen. I have 9.1. I have 9.1 aboard, and that all looks really, really good. Everything's looking pretty good here. Let's do APU. Jim says that the payware that we're using right now for the Budapest airport is a really good one. So this is very true to the actual airport. I think it's cool when, you know, you've gone to an actual airport and decided, you know, this looks really good. This looks really good. Beppy sent some, you put those in simulator talk. Beppy, okay, if you could, take the message that you just sent me, that you just put into chat, do highlight it, Control-C it, and when we get up in the sky, would you send that to me again? I'm feeling a little bit spacey today, so if you would remind us, and we'll do it when we get out, because we're going to have a big zone over Poland where there's no ATC, and it'll be perfect for us to go and do that. Okay, everything looks good to go here. Let's get GSX. Okay, so you're going to remind me then? Cool. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for helping me out with that. And we have GSX. Oh my gosh, look, GSX doesn't need an update today. What is going on? Uh-oh, we got somebody spawning at our gate. Come on, stop spawning. Spawning is not cool.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Okay, we're doing pretty good here. APU bleed. And ground power. I am trying to get us out a little bit early here. Seatbelts. Looking good, looking good. We don't need preconditioned air of the GPU. Parking brakes are on. We're going to go and remove that and clear moorings over there. And we're almost done. Last thing we'll do is get our departure numbers and sync the load sheet, sync the weather. It's 10:15 on the altimeter. Calculate. 10:15. Calculate. It's going to be flaps 2. We can handle flaps 2. And this looks good. Let's go and get our clearance for taxi. For pushback.
Locking gear.
Budapest ground. Hello again from Scandinavian 441. We are at stand 38. Information Kilo remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, hold position, call shortly.
Thank you. Hey, Oscar is in chat over on YouTube. Oh, from, yeah, that way for me. It's that way. Bozeman. How's everything in the Bow Zone today? We'll just do... I don't know if you've seen it, Oscar. There is a really, really nice...
Scandinavian 441, startup pushback approved, facing exit point Hotel 1.
Startup and pushback is approved. We will be facing Hotel 1 for Scandi 441. Okay, that is going to be nose right, tail left. Nose right, tail left. Are we ready to go? Telo, welcome aboard. Good to see you. But yeah, how's everything in Bozeman tonight? I did a snowy simulated departure recently, and I got to tell you, it was really, really nice out of the Bozeman airport. It's a cool one. So if you haven't seen that yet, I can tell you where. I don't remember who makes it, but it's a really good one. And away we go. And Polyot has arrived. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Thank you for coming in. I think it's time to start an engine. Starting up engine number 1. It's the Thai model scenery for Bozeman. If that's it, I will tell you, they've even got the cool stuff on the inside of the airport model. You know, the one place where you could go in and have that, you know, at the airport and stick your head through something and it's the bear thing for your selfie and stuff. They've even got that modeled in the scenery, which I've actually never been to that, but the people I used to work with, they all had pictures that says, oh yeah, if you ever go to Bozeman, you have to go and get the picture with the bear or something like that. Jim said, Jim forgot to bring goulash, but they have a burger. Of course they do. I swear, every time I see a video, like, you know, I kind of like watching some of the train videos, obviously. And every time I see a train video from, like, Paris or Berlin, big airports, what's the first thing you see when you walk into the terminal? There's the Burger King right there. They're everywhere. Hey, Yanni Vision, may the 4th be with you. Yeah, today is Star Wars Day, isn't it? Today is Star Wars Day. All right, good start on engine number 1, starting 2. Engine number 2 starts.
Unlocking gear.
It really is a little Groundhog Day-ish, you know, when you see that. I don't know what it is, and obviously, you know, maybe, you know, I just need to grow up or something like that. But the thing is especially the one in the big train station in Paris, it's just like right there in the front door. It's sort of like, you know, okay, I'll have a flame-boiled Whopper every now. Well, not for years actually, but that's just because, you know, I haven't been out and about that much. But you know, it just right there. They're everywhere. Ben, it's been a long time. There was about 4 or 5, maybe it was 6 months ago, Polyot was talking about, had a craving for like a Wendy's Frosty and stuff like that. We were chatting about it in live stream and stuff. And then the next day I was out and about driving around. I said, let's just go over and do a Wendy's Frosty and a Wendy's burger and see if it's as good as I remember it. It must be better where Polyot is, because it really wasn't mine. Jim likes Burger King burgers over McDonald's burgers. Okay, good start there. We're done with the APU and the APU bleed. The Frosty was okay. The Frosty was okay. All right, let's see. Performance. Let's do controls and get out of here. And that's good. That's good. Everything looks groovy there. Trim's going to be up 0.8. And that looks good. Pilot seat is not adjusted, so we got the pilot seat adjusted. It's going to be flaps 2. Flaps are 2. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Let's get a taxi clearance. There are actual food standard laws in the UK? Really? Standards? Can't have that. Budapest to again from Scandinavian 441. Pushed and started from stand 38, requesting taxi.
Scandinavian 441 via exit point Hotel 1 and Alpha, taxi holding point Kilo runway 13 left.
Via Hotel 1, we are going to holding point Kilo 13 off of runway 13 left for 441.
Scandinavian 441 correction via exit point Hotel 1 and Alpha to holding point Kilo runway 13 left.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the Alpha 4 to runway 13 left, and after Hotel 1, it is Alpha 4 for Scandinavian 441. Okay, so straight out here, right turn, left turn, and away we go. I think we can do that, right? Partly cloudy. Parking brakes off, tow brakes are on. Taxi light is on. All call to the cabin, and away we go. I know, in this
Report one
economy,
for taxi.
seriously, we can't have that, right? No standards, just profit.
Caesar 42 Alpha, taxi holding point kilo. Runway 13 left by
Blue, yeah, I've heard about E90.
Taxi to holding point kilo, runway 13 left by exit point uniform, and Alpha with Alpha.
All right, out we go. Okay, Hotel 1, it's an almost immediate, nope, it's a second turn, is Alpha 4. That's still tarmac area.
Caesar 67, contact tower 118.715, bye bye.
118.715 was there, 679.
Uh-oh, somebody's flying the airline that must not be named. Blackwell Ninja says, meat was so gross, I was happy to have less of it. Alpha 4, look at that, right where we're supposed to be. That's part of the reason why it is that I do so much of my own food here at home now. And, you know, make my own guacamole and stuff like that. Just because I know that, you know, that's a tomato that I'm putting in the guacamole. And
Caesar 42 Alpha, you have a stop time at 1826. So please taxi to holding point Bravo 5, runway 13 left via Alpha, Mike.
hi, Timmy Brasco. Welcome, welcome. Tim Dog doesn't do lettuce and tomato.
Taxi to holding point Alpha.
Bacon
5 via
cheeseburgers
Alpha,
with
Mike and
no-
Bravo with Alpha.
Caesar 42 Alpha, please confirm holding point Bravo 5.
FRA Bravo 5 with Alpha.
Scandinavian 441, contact tower 118.715, have a safe flight, bye bye.
118.715 now for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too, bye bye.
118.715. Actually, it's not the weekend. It's not the weekend. Yeah, Blackwell Ninja. I really have gotten kind of hooked on, you know, the little homemade guacamole, and just with some chips, it's really so good. Budapest Tower. Hello from Scandinavian 441, approaching runway 13 left at Kila with information. Kila, fully ready for departure.
First with Air 5 Golf Tango, runway 1.
Jim likes the double whopper. I tried to do just a normal whopper one day. I couldn't, recently, you know, not, well, 3 or 4 years ago, I couldn't finish it.
Scandinavian 441, Budapest Tower, good evening, by intersection Kilo, line up runway 13 left and cleared for takeoff, wind 190 degrees 2 knots, one airborne contact Budapest approach 122.980, have a safe flight, bye bye.
After takeoff, it's 122.980 via Kilo. We will line up on runway 13 left and cleared for takeoff. Thank you so much. Have a good week from Scandinavian 441. 122.980. 122.
Ocean 49er Bravo, contact Budapest ground 121.
So I am just getting wind of the fact that there are a bunch of cancellations for Delta today. I mean, obviously there was stuff with Spirit yesterday, but there was something going on today with Delta. I haven't read into it at all. Not a clue as to what's going on.
Roger, lining up and wait 1 left. Number 2, number 1 is departing with Alpha. Thank you.
And here we go. Throttle's up about halfway. And El Clocko is going. Clock is running. Engines are spinning up nicely. And there's manual flex. SRS runway is set. Auto thrust blue. It is flying time. 100 knots, checked. 120. Remember, it's an A321. Do not pull the nose up too much or you'll drag the tail. V1, off, hands off the throttles, and rotate. It's a longer airplane, so you got to watch out for tail strikes on this airplane. Gears up. Over to departure. Lever climb, thrust climb. We got to watch out for snakes.
The 67, climb level 340, direct Begla.
Climb level 340, direct Begla, 2067.
Papa Victor Victor
Flaps 1.
9802, distance 5
Whopper
knots,
ingredients are a
VATSIM
quarter pound of
13
beef
right.
patty, mayo, lettuce, tomato.
Distance 5,000 feet.
Used to work at a BK back in college.
Papa Victor Victor 9803.
It's crew restrictions is what Ben says. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just caught a little bit of it on social media.
With 8080, call tower 118715. Bye-bye.
Cruise 118 bye-bye.
Radar, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing 3,000 for 7,000.
Scandinavian 441, good evening. Identified climb level, correction 240.
Climb flight level 240 for Scandi 441. And a nice turn there. Tim Dog says, watch out for alligators. Ollie says, good evening. Hi, Ollie. Welcome, welcome.
120380 with their 670.
I like tomatoes. Lettuce sometimes can be kind of dodgy, but it's all right. I generally don't do that much with lettuce. That's right. I knew that American was doing the extra flights to cover for Spirit. I think United was going to... I don't know if they put on extra flights, but United's supposed to be helping with the Spirit passengers and also crew.
441, direct lead crew.
Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Lidku. Direct to. Love a direct to. It's about 20 degrees cooler today, and we've had a little drizzle and stuff outside. Wow, 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 does the coffee taste great today. Boy, does it taste good.
441, what's your favorite airport on the West Coast?
Favorite airport? Oh, on the West Coast of the U.S.?
Yes.
Boy, that's a hard one. San Diego is further south, and there's some pretty cool scenery when you take off, and also when you land. That's also pretty cool too. So if I had to choose, it's hard to.
I'm gonna take a look. Thank you.
Departure hello with 42 Alpha, climbing 7,000.
Nomad said San Diego. It's okay. So you said too, Jim. Are we going over Lake Balaton?
190.
190 with 4,000.
Yeah, I think that the controller. And altimeters, standard, and I didn't set this one.
Zephyr 2 Alpha direct.
Nomad, 100 best departure views, and Iceman just arrived too. Welcome aboard, come on in. And there's our departure, 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose lights, cabin call.
Expecting with 4,000.
Okay, looking good here, looking good there. Over to performance on this side. 45 miles to flight level 240. We are 590 miles from Copenhagen. We got to figure out where we want to take the a CRJ on our next flight today. Because it turns out, I think Polyot was right. The reason we were getting WASM crashes in the CRJ was because of some dodgy nav data. Let's see. Jim says the lake that we're talking about, it's west of Budapest, and it's the largest freshwater lake in Central Europe. Really? The largest freshwater lake. Nomad, so it's mostly because of VATSIM events. So every Friday it's Frankfurt Friday, and that's when everybody really wants to go and fly into Frankfurt, and it's challenging ATC, really challenging ATC. And on Monday, it's another big VATSIM event called Vectors to Copenhagen.
441 contact Bratislava 134.475. Have a good day. Goodbye.
134.475 now for Scandinavian 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week, and happy landings in San Diego.
Thank you.
134.475. This will be Bratislava. Tim Dog says that United, Delta, American, JetBlue, Southwest Frontier, and Allegiant, everybody's doing something to help with the Spirit customers. You know, that's really awful nice of them. I mean, the way things are these days, I mean, that kind of kindness is really, really, really good that they're doing that. I mean, they could easily just look the other way, I think.
Could you repeat?
After Juliet, via Alpha, stand for.
After Juliet Alpha and stand for around Kilpapa.
Bratislav, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing flight level 180 for flight level 240 direct to Litku.
Scandinavian 441, good evening, Bratislava, radar, contact, proceed direct Vilna.
Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Vilna. Wow, direct after direct after direct. We're just doing that. Polyad says they can't look the other way. There's a memo from the... Oh, okay. So basically a memo from the boss, right? A memo from the boss on that? Yes, got to do that. Got to do it. Okay. Look who's back. It's SK McConnell, who has been here for 49 months, almost 50 months. Thanks, SK. Welcome in. We are just departing out of Budapest. We're heading up to Copenhagen because we always do on a Monday for the great ATC. And it's going to be a nice sunset flight in the A321. Hi, ATC Swede. ATC Swede said we should do Halifax to Toronto in the CRJ. Halifax to Toronto. Okay. I'll bet it'll be a howlin' good time out of Halifax. Yeah, it sounded better in my head.
441, climb flight level 300.
Climb now flight level 300, Scandinavian 441. So ATC Swede, thank you. That sounds like a good one. So that would be a Air Canada, that would be a Jazz, so a CRJ 900, which we were trying to do yesterday, and CYHZ, I believe. CYHC to Toronto, and that's Toronto is CYYZ, right? So that'll be a good flight. I'll update the next command. Thank you for that suggestion. IQB is back in chat. SK, thank you again. Okay, we got that updated. And a nice departure. Hopefully there aren't any other dodgy nav aids in Canada other than the one that we tangled with yesterday. Everything's looking good here. Speed brakes are down, flaps are up, landing gears up. All the lights are off. It's getting dark. I'm going to turn on my wing lights so we are a little more visible. Cabin crew's up. Let them know we'll turn the seatbelt sign off in about 5-10 minutes.
Thank you for shutting down the plane. Glad to see you, Mr. Technician.
You know, something's definitely wrong today. We've been flying now for 43 minutes. We're flying Scandinavian, and I have yet to make a sassy comment.
Good evening.
Gotta get the jokes flowing here.
Malta 7979, good evening.
Canadian Bear, welcome, welcome. There's 25,000 feet, seatbelts. Seatbelts are off. Oh, they already closed the curtain. Nobody can see what's going on in first class. It's first class mysteries. See if we can kind of look over there. They're probably getting free spaghetti right now. Ben says that Miss Moneypenny, the Virgin Atlantic 787, is going to Seoul, South Korea today. Joan Jett from Virgin Atlantic is going to Antigua. And our favorite Aegean jet, SX DVD, is getting ready to go to Thessaloniki, and it is in Frankfurt right now. I know I don't, but yeah, but I was kind of looking, yeah, I know I left my cockpit door open, didn't I? Well, you know the theory behind that, right, Jim? If we leave our cockpit door, they might bring pizza and beer up to the cockpit. I bet everybody's getting their free champagne now too. Although it's not really all that free since they paid a huge price for that first class ticket. That's right, it should be Swedish meatballs, right? Not spaghetti, Swedish meatballs. What am I thinking? Avery Clarity, yeah, right? Leave the cockpit door open and the flight attendants will come up with free pizza and beer. Because passengers just love seeing beer be delivered to the cockpit. Polyot says technically it's not first class. Technically it's business class in this airplane. So it's actually biz class up here, not first.
01 Alpha, radar contact, flight level 350.
Plan to level 350, Orange Alpha.
Those are nice looking biz class seats.
Scandinavian 441, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Scandinavian 441. Okay, everything looks good there. And the climb is still going good. Everything's great there. I think it's a matter of flight. SK says that Southwest Independence 1 landed at KMCI on Monday, and you got to see it depart. That's the new one, right? The newest livery, SK? The Independence 1? Or am I mixing that up with another one? Coffee is great. Independence One, it was nice of them to put the European Union flag on the engines. Oh, really? Ben says with Euro business class, they will be lucky if they get a hot meal. At least it's 2x2 seats.
306, good evening, Bratislava.
Really? You wouldn't get food if you were sitting up there? The 1776 version, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're up there, you should get a hot meal, right? And free booze? And free movies?
Voltaire 13 Delta, climb flight level 300.
Okay, Voltaire 13 Delta, climb 300, thank you.
0306 when ready, continue descent flight level 130.
Looks like we got ATC all the way today.
Descend to flight level 130 with a 30.
So I saw this one train video. And it was somebody on a U.S. train, and they were going to the dining car and stuff, and they had all of these choices for food. So I guess if you have a sleeper, you get your free meals. And they basically ordered one thing, and I swear it looked just like what you get if you get a frozen microwave dinner out of a freezer at a grocery store. I mean, it just looked just like that. And it looked like that's what it was, a frozen microwave dinner or something. It looked okay, but it was like really small, and it's sort of like on the train. And I would just, wow, that looks, I could get that here at Spy HQ. SK says the 13 stars are the 13 original colonies. And that's right, they were the 13 original British colonies, weren't they? Yep, that's it. It would feel a little bit cheap. Ben was talking about the 2x2 seats and not the standard 3x3 with the middle seat blocked off. That is a business class saying, we're going to block off the middle seat, but you're still going to get, have the same kind of a seat. I think Hannibal would say that's a bit slippery of you, Clarice. SK says it's the Betsy Ross flag.
Budapest 122.980.
Voltaire 13 Delta, contact Budapest 120.380.
I figured that we were just going to be cruising along. We were just going to be kind of like cruising along here. There would be no ATC at all.
120.380.
Okay, so earlier in chat, we heard from Beppy. Beppy is making a center console. You see in the lower right-hand corner. So there's Beppy's cockpit up there. And if you look down here, you can see the center console that Beppy's making right now. And I tell you what, this kind of a homemade console like that, Beppy, I bet that's going to work really, really good for you. If you also look closely, it looks like that's a switch. And it looks like that's where Beppy has got instruments on the switch. I haven't seen that before. That's pretty cool. That's really pretty cool. So 3 cheers. Beppy's doing some really nice stuff over in making a homemade center console. Captain Sibby has arrived. Hi, Sibby. Sibby was driving trucks earlier today, and it looked like it was a very peaceful drive. Frankie has arrived.
7441, contact Praha 127.125.
127.125 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 127.125. Praha radar, right?
Ryanair 6 Delta Bravo, Praha.
Ryanair 6 Delta Bravo.
Okay, so your nearest airport's about 20 miles would be Dresden.
Ben says that we should have taken the A320neo on this one for Scandi. It's served by 3x3 seats with the middle seat blocked off.
4 knots. Okay.
Again, a bit slippery of you, Clarice.
Then you have
It's only being preserved because it was done by Henry VIII. I missed that part of the conversation, but I bet it was good.
20 miles away from me, Echo Delta Delta Charlie.
Ryanair 6 Delta Bravo, affirm, that's Echo Delta Delta Charlie, that's Dresden, at about 90 miles, so I would say optimum for descent would be Prague.
Can I please divert there and get back to Zintis?
Okay, so you request to divert to Dresden?
Was that direct, you say?
That's what Mondays is for. So for Sibi, Mondays is for driving and racing. And leftover pizza from the weekend, right?
Okay, then descend to flight level 100 and... correction, descend to flight level 200 initially.
Descent flight level 200
Hi, November
initially.
321. Welcome, welcome. Praha, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is at flight level 360 overhead Vilna.
Scandinavian 441, Praha, good evening to identify.
We are identified.
Lauda 8 India, contact München.
Mikey says the UK is younger than countries like Greece, though.
133,615 Lauda 8 India, good luck. Thank you, bye-bye.
I think so far so good. Let's see how crazy it is going into SK. Is our cover blown now? Uh-oh.
Austrian 200
What?
which is advisory 1 and 2 to
Sibi's out of pizza.
Austrian 203 over to advisory. Have a good day.
How is it that you could possibly be out of pizza at this point? Copenhagen has got 77 arrivals, 32 departures, 32 extra flight plans have been filed. So Copenhagen is nice and busy. And ADIS says they're still on 22 left. So we're all good to go there. No pizza. Joe's is in chat and says it's time for us to hydrate. We should.
Lufthansa 6 from Lima, Praha, identified those.
And we're going to take a CRJ from Halifax to Toronto after this. Captain Chris has got to go to bed early because Captain Chris has got an early wake-up call. Have a great evening, Captain Chris. Thank you for coming in. I hope you're surviving the start of the early week, and we'll check you later. Check in later. I know there should be a special emergency button at Civil Air to press the button there. There should be for the pizza emergency button. Yeah, it is a little early for Moncton Monday. I don't know if we'll make it there, but if we go the other way around, though, we could get ATC. That's a good idea. Maybe we should reverse it and go Toronto to Halifax. We could do that. Jim said to hydrate. May the 4th be with you. Happy Star Wars Day. Happy Star Wars Day to you. Yeah, if we do that, we stand a better chance of, so I'm going to flip those runways around. How does that sound?
Run out of fuel, otherwise the aircraft is okay and the passengers are okay as well.
Passengers okay, aircraft okay, number 2 just out of fuel.
Roger, and you request full emergency.
I wouldn't class it as a full
I was going to say something about pizza, but you're not going to say anything about pizza. What? You're not going to talk about pizza?
You declare Japan, yeah.
Polyot says that is incorrect. 700,000 years for Greece, 900,000 years for the UK. Hey, Wobby, welcome aboard. Jim says spy hat. We're Airbusing right now. Hi, Carol, welcome aboard. 700,000 years? 900,000 years? That's a lot of years. But we do know that back when they were inventing really, really great pizza in Naples, it was actually a Greek colony at the time. So, yeah, that's kind of special. Mikey says that might be before actual humanity. Well, you see, the reason is because in the UK, 900,000 years, that's because Doctor Who had a problem with the TARDIS. And, you know, one thing led to another, and there were people there at 900, so there you go. That is the first recorded human settlement in the UK. Okay, I think we're caught up. There were just settlements. And Polyot, were those settlements basically the kind that were done out of court settlements? See, I turned that into a legal joke. I could do humor at the legal club.
Bravo again, prevented interest on 330 degrees, 4 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, and CAS okay. They are informed about your emergency, and everything will be ready upon your...
It was called Happisburg, Norfolk, the oldest known human occupation site in Northern Europe. Stone tools and the oldest human footprints outside of Africa. SK, if you put it over in Discord, we can grab it there.
Ryanair 6 Delta Bravo, will it be 04 for the arrival at code 7?
I don't think I got nearly enough credit for my legal joke. I think when it comes to humor, I would be a legal joke. Well, that didn't sound good. How did the people get from Africa?
If you want, I can ask for you.
Because they just jump in an A320.
Okay, I will.
Your joke sounded much better than the last one I was trying to do. I was somehow trying to do footprints and Wellington boots, and it just was not coming together.
Hello, identify.
It just was...
441, contact Warsaw, 123.625, bye-bye.
123.625 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Thanks, you too.
123.625. Who is this? 123.625 is... Oh, Warsaw. Warsaw. Warsaw, good evening from Scandinavian 441, about 12 miles south of Ipapa at flight level 360.
Scandinavian 441, Warsaw radar, hello, identified.
We are identified. And you put it in chit chat. Where is chit chat?
01 Alpha, Warsaw radar, hello, identified. Clear to log that.
SK says, may the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you. Okay, I haven't seen this one before. I'm not sure that I'm putting all that together in my brain very well. I may not have had enough coffee to understand that one. Is that from like one of the new series or something like that I might not have seen? I was going to say, I didn't think that was Star Wars, but I haven't seen any of the new things. The last thing I saw was The Rise of Skywalker, so it could be I'm missing out on stuff. Okay, how we doing? We are 417 miles out. We are also, okay, it's time to start worrying about fuel. So 4.8 is what our estimated fuel is for landing. What we need to do is figure out how much we've got for holding.
Thank you.
And okay, so for holding, okay, I know where I am now. Okay, so for holding, final reserve and alternate is 2.3. We're going to have 4.8. So I've got 2,000 extra. And for 30 minutes, well, this says 24 minutes. Oh, final reserve is 1.1. So I've got about an hour of extra fuel if I need it. Oh, 5:4, that was the chapter and verse from the Bible. That's what it was? Okay, I'm sorry, I totally missed that. Then I would miss most of those references, I'm sorry. Sunjammer is here. Hi, Sunjammer. It is Star Wars Day. In short, if you want to celebrate the UK's official birthday, most historians point to 18. No, it is at the 18th. Really? I thought it was much older than that. A lot older than that. But then again, memorizing dates and stuff was never my strong suit. The 1801 is when it became the United Kingdom. So it was stuff before that. Yeah, England went back, back in the day when, guys like Mel Gibson had like blue faces, which is totally not the way it was, but. Sibi said no. That's when it became United Kingdom. England went way back. I mean, I think the king just gave us all a lesson on that when the king was talking about the Magna Carta. Hi, Chops. Welcome aboard. We are having all sorts of fun today. Okay, ADC is cleared, and of course, we did not have a late departure, so we're really good to go there. In terms of football, they're still playing as England and Scotland, and that, Mikey, is where it counts the most, right? Football.
When ready, decent flight level.
England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland.
Ready, decent, 2900, press Alpha.
And Manchester United. A really good lesson, too. Sadly, I think the lesson was delivered with such eloquence that it kind of went at warp speed, or nobody got it. And we need performance. 258 miles to top of descent. I've got at least 45 minutes worth of holding time, maybe a little bit more. So I think we're all in really good shape. And we did check in with Warsaw, 123.625. Yep, we did. So we're all checked in. And we're coming up on our equal time point. So that is basically our halfway point in the flight, ETP. There was an Englishman, a Scotsman, and a Welshman walked into a bar. The Irishman ducked. I don't think that I know enough about that. Why was the bar floating? I'm sorry, Sunjammer. I'm just not. I need to be schooled more to understand. I still think that my legal joke was really good earlier today. You're asking it as in cross-examination. Unless you're getting cross with people. Is it because the first three walk into a bar and they were going to start a fight and the fourth one was smart enough to dock? Is that it? Sunjammer, or am I just like totally missing the whole point of this and I should concentrate?
Scandinavian 441, direct Romeo Oscar Echo.
Scandi 441 is now direct to Romeo Oscar Echo. I don't have that in my flight plan. I don't have that in my flight plan here. Romeo Oscar Echo.
Hearing 01 Alpha, further descent in about 1 minute.
Okay. That took us almost to the beginning of the star.
Ryanair 258.
I must have missed that. But we're good. Okay, I think we're good.
130.
Something like that. Invasion of a typical joke. Sunjammer said yes. Was that yes that I kind of got the joke at that point, or yes to somebody else, Sunjammer? A man who breaks his foot ends up in a boot. Have you come up with a new name now that the boot is gone? Have you come up with a new name? Mikey, welcome to my world. I'm a little bit confused too. GT Boy, beer cheers. I at least understand that. Welcome aboard. Yeah, is there a new name? I came up with one. I felt that it was too mean. So the boot is now known as the Stairmaster. The Stairmaster. You might call that an elevating title. Uh-oh. Polyot says that he can move about silently. Oh, scary. That means it's easier to plot and execute a plan of revenge. That could be bad. Sibi says Mr. Empty Suit. If an Irishman ducked, what did the others do? Well, if it were me ducking, it would be a wisecrack. What am I encouraging here? I may be encouraging the wrong things. All right, now we're back to typical spy flight stuff. The barnyard is here. Oh, I don't. It's maybe it's not more sheep anymore. That's right. We've got geese sounds and duck sounds now, Sibi. Just what you need. Budapest, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. We had a great departure out of Budapest today. Really, really nice. Passengers are nice and happy. I thought it was cows too, Ben. I thought it was cows too.
7516 boat, station at flight level 350, W.
I don't think that we've got, I don't think Pun works anymore. That was Starflies. But if I tell a really, really bad joke, we've got lots of people responding negatively to the joke. And loudly.
5,500 feet, walking 7412.
Two stations at once, first small at 750, Varsava radar, hello, identified.
200 miles to top of descent. This is actually going faster than I thought it would.
Polish Air Force 111, we are currently 5,500 feet and approaching TMA of Radom. We will request entry of Radom control airspace.
Polish Air Force 111 identified
Arrival ATIS,
1 mile.
Copenhagen. Information Foxtrot. ILS is still 22 left. Good. Runway condition is 666, so the devil is all over the runway today. Transition level 65 after landing vacate. Winds 3008. Visibility is groovy. Altimeter is 1011. Roddy is descending into Dulles today. Poliad says if it's 666, at least it's nice and warm. At least it's nice and... yeah, definitely. Uh-oh, we're leaving chemtrails behind. Not very smart for spies.
Identified. Proceed direct to LHBP. Here, LHBP 16 for arrival.
The Finns would be happy because they like a...
For one contact Warsaw radar on frequency 130.675.
120.675 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 120.
Scandinavian 441, just to confirm, 130.675.
130.675. Thank you so much from Scandinavian 441.
Thank you, bye.
130.675. Cool. Who is 130.675? 130.675. This is Warsaw radar. Warsaw radar, good evening from Scandinavian 441 at flight level 360. We are direct to Romeo, Oscar, Echo.
Scandinavian 441, Warsaw, hello, identify.
And this one is interesting. One of the reasons I like to click on some of these is that will tell you if there's a trainee that's doing this, and there is a trainee on this one. So somebody's doing a VATSIM training session. So I always try and be a little bit better behaved. I know what's going on, me being behaved and stuff. But I always try to be a little bit better if it does say it's a training session in there with ATC. Is the Iron Maiden flying too? I don't know. $184 miles to top of descent. Everything's looking good in our cockpit. Next flight is Toronto to Halifax. I think we've got some scenery that we could get for our CRJ flight. Let's look and see. Zurich Tower is here. You're flying into EKCH as well. Zurich Tower is WMT Flight 482. I don't remember what WMT is. Hi, Zurich Tower. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for coming in today.
950, established on the localizer 186.
All right. Toronto. TORON. CYC. That should be loaded. And then Halifax is CYHC. And we have a FlightSim Studios airport for Halifax. There we go. That looks good. And there's a flight Tampa from Toronto already loaded. So we should be good for our next flight. It's one of the airlines, but not... oh, really? Okay, it's the Malta one. All right.
Monitor advisor wants to the smallest. Dobry wieczór.
It's okay. It's the same air. So it's like DHL. They've got and there's several that have different call signs and probably different countries and different rules and stuff based on where they are.
Warsaw radar, Qatari 95 kilo heavy with you at flight level 3215.
There we are. Martel is here. Good evening, Martel. Welcome on in. And a super duper happy Monday to you. Thanks for coming by. Oh, and tax benefits. Okay, so there's tax benefits too.
Lot 186, one ready descent flight level 130.
One ready descent for 130, Lot 186.
I have not put in our hold. Always like to pop that in, especially on vectors to Copenhagen. Doesn't always mean we're going to get the hold.
Contact Sweden approach, frequency 1, correction Sweden radar 134.9 radio.
But it's a good idea to go and do that.
Can you please repeat that again?
To use client-centric terms, that would be referred to as creative accounting.
Contact Sweden control 134.9 radio.
Okay, Tidvu is our hold. Inbound is 294 degrees and it's right turns. So, flight plan, Tidvu, hold, and there we go. And remind yourself of the inbound 294 degrees. 294 degrees. It's going to be right turns and insert. We now have the Tidvu hold as published, so if they tell us to hold as published at Tidvu, we can do that. If they don't, we just hit the immediate exit. We just hit that button on the lower right and it bypasses it, and that makes it really good. We have 150 miles to go. Polyad says another way to refer to that is cash flow optimization. Cash flow optimization. I don't know. Brain is just swimming with so many things that are popping into my head right now. And each time something new pops into my head on that one, it's less and less appropriate or polite. So maybe I'll just comment on what a beautiful flight this is, and the airplane is behaving so well today, and so is the captain. Hi Wabi, good to see you and thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. I did. I just, each thing that popped in was worse and worse. So I had, hey, Dell is here with a nice resub. Hi, Dell. Thanks for the resub. Dell has been here for, it hasn't popped up, hang on, 35 months. Thank you for a 35-month resub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for helping me to keep this silly little thing going. And the lights on and the heat on when it's chilly outside, although it's just cool outside today with a little bit of rain. Drizzle, actually. So thanks, Dell. Welcome on in. Thank you for great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. $137 miles to top of descent. Yeah, it's a lot cooler. It's 20 degrees warmer yesterday. It would be called a wetting rain. Yeah, this is the kind that just moves the dust around on your car and makes it look worse. It's the kind of, it's a horribly fine rain that would soak you more than heavy rain. Actually, this, you'd have to be in a specific spot before it's going to do that. It's very, very, very light here and very spotty. Hey, Avalars, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Fact is, I don't even think it's even on radar anymore. Let's see. Good to see you, Avalars. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, most of it is north of the area, and it's not even hitting the ground. It's not even hitting the ground. So I think we're done with rain and stuff for today. It's just going to be a little bit cooler. Perfect day to meet friends at the Leaky Cauldron for a big smoky burger with cheese on it and a little platter of brews to celebrate. SK says it's 80 degrees in Kansas City. Yeah, you're probably on the front end of what's coming through here. So I would imagine, SK, that by tomorrow, you're going to start to cool off a little bit, right? Wabi says in northwestern Ontario, there is rain. Yeah, there was a pretty... I remember looking at the morning weather there. Yeah, there's a weather system there. We'll probably see some of that on our flight from Toronto to Halifax.
Navy 987 Warszawa, hello, identified, type level 350.
Contact level 350.
Good evening, Air Berlin 7300.
Hey, somebody's flying Air Berlin today. A very cool captain there. A very cool captain flying Air Berlin. Maybe they could send some of their Air Berlin chocolate hearts over to the Scandinavian flight.
Liner 9503 vacated.
Liner 503, okay, continue. Echo Alpha, fence number 4.
It's a busy day in the neighborhood here on VATSIM tonight. Almost 2,000 pilots flying, 1,846 today. It looks like a busy night over in London, but then again, it's always a busy night over in London. The busiest airport right now is Frankfurt, followed by Copenhagen, Dusseldorf, Heathrow, number 4, Gatwick, München, and Schiphol are our busiest airports on VATSIM right now. The Lufthansa, Ryanair, Easy, Speedbird, Eurowings, Delta, and United are the busiest airlines. And the A320 is the number 1 airplane right now, followed by the 737-8, the A321. Hey, that's us. A320neo, A359. So we've got some pretty good flights today. And our most busiest route is Princess Juliana to Las Americas, 10 flights. Followed by Frankfurt to Dusseldorf, Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. So Copenhagen isn't at the top of the list. G Daddy says it's because it's a bank holiday today. Yeah, it's time for me to move. You guys get all. It seems like every time I turn around, there's another bank holiday. We need more holidays here. But then every day's a holiday at SPY HQ, so there you go. I can't whine too much. And it's also cool that you have a lot of them. If you've got a lot of holidays, you can bank on them. That sounded better in my head too. Man, that's happening a lot these days. 103 miles. Okay, let's come over here. Phoenix. Arrival. Refresh.
Final climb level is 330 for Berlin 7300.
Yeah, I don't know. It must be broken. Okay, let's go put in our numbers.
134,980.
Okay, 99 miles. Performance. Phase. Our altimeter in Copenhagen is 1012. Our temperature in Copenhagen is 13 degrees. Our wind in Copenhagen is 290 at 8. Our transition is 6.5. It's a A320, so it's an A321. I'm going to go full flaps for my landing. And the minimums for our arrival runway are way too small to read. Zoom in, and category 1, it's 210 feet. Barrel box is done. Back to performance. 92 miles from top of descent, and we are now all set. There are 8 bank holidays a year in the UK. There are 11 federal holidays in the US. The UK version of a federal holiday. Really? So there are 11 in the US, but you all only have 8 bank holidays. Jamil is back in chat over on YouTube. Welcome back in. And Devontae just came in too. Small update. Bit sorry you came in from Sweden today, but the Elite is in the air and there are no holds. Oh, not a problem. Devontae, I always just put the hold in as practice. I always just put it in practice. But Devontae, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. We will handle the flight whether there are holds or not. I could sing Fleetwood Mac's Hold Me. Maybe that'll work. Pauliot always hated them as my university predate bank holidays, as it is 800 years old, and we don't have to honor them. I hated that we were in lectures when others were not. Oh yeah, in my line of work, Pauliot, back doing, you know, news and weather on TV, just because it was a 3-day weekend didn't mean we got the day off. Yeah, we get 1 week of paid time off a year. You get a month. Yeah, and usually when you go, when you put in a request for the time off, they basically say, well, we can't afford for you to leave now, so put in another request.
Top clearance granted.
It was quite the racket. Hi, Captain Minnesota. Thanks for the resub. Captain Minnesota's been here for 17 months. Thank you so much. Cheers, cheers from the Spy Flight, and thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. November 321 gets 3-day weekends in school. It's not really a break because you're at work. Or a storm comes in and you get a day off. Well, it used to be, if there's a storm, you know, days off are completely gone. Okay, 74 miles for our descent. And let's go to the RNAV arrival. And if we're cleared for the RNAV arrival here at Tudvo, it's going to be 4,000 at Adobe. It's going to be below 8,000 at Estia. Okay, we're good. We have unlimited paid PTO for the UK and Europe now. No, they don't. Oh, that's what you're trying to say? I'm having a terrible time saying things too. Probably should just hang it all up, order pizza and beer, and sit and enjoy beverages together. Oh, I imagine, yeah. I would imagine so, November 321. Having a whole week off like that, I bet it's kind of a hard thing to do. All right, what else do we need to do here? I think we're all set and ready to go. We just need to make sure that Toronto is good. Pauliot says you could get you'd have time to remodel a house. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about the hurricane comes through and remodels your house, right? Like that? Yeah, okay. I totally missed that. Let's see. So, Captain Minnesota, I tried to fly it twice yesterday, and it blew up. I got WASM crashes each time. Okay. Polyot thought it had something to do with some bad nav data. So I did another route early this morning, and it worked great. So we'll do another CRJ flight today and see if it's still fine. But yeah, I had like 2 WASM crashes. So I guess one of the things that causes WASM crashes is bad nav data, which is no fun. Loviz is here. Hi, Loviz. Welcome, welcome. We are just coming in with our A321 into Copenhagen. Loviz says it's not just another thing that causes WASM crashes is bad scenery. And I'm practically certain that in my case, not just bad scenery, but bad jokes too. All it takes is a bit of code to fail and the WASM module will fail. So it's kind of wimpy. Man, Berlin, radar over Berlin sure went dog fast. Almost time to go feet wet here. Alligator alert. Alligator alert. Polyot says, though, it's meant to do that by design. Better to have a module fail than to lock up the whole PC. Yeah, I think so. That's probably 100% true. I would much rather have it fail like that than cause much bigger problems. And Joe is gambling sheep right now. Loviz had an issue last night with the flight plan not loading into the C750. It had to do with nav data and scenery. Some of this might be updated, related to Sim Update 5. May the 4th be with you too, Captain Minnesota. Thank you for coming in. I didn't see anything about May the 4th tonight. Over. Now, I might have missed something on the VATSIM calendar, which I frequently do, and I'm so grateful when it's pointed out so that I don't mess it up. So, Nuremberg Montag, Dusseldorf Monday, Moncton Mondays, Sunshine Spotlight at Orlando. But yeah, no Star Wars stuff.
Royalty noted.
Maybe the Star Wars copyright police came down on them. When SK was stationed in Jacksonville, we would take the ships out of port just before the storm came in. SK has sailed through 11 hurricanes in your career. Holy moly. Really? So yeah, you would sail out of port before the hurricane came in, but you had to kind of sail through all that too? I'll bet that was quite the experience. Loviz read that on the FlightFX support Discord. There's an event that we have to do Thursday for JSG Droid. Okay. The JSG Droid event on Thursday, it's the Raleigh Spring Festival. Well, we do know that JSG Droid loves anything to do with Raleigh-Durham, right? That's why JSG Droid's airplanes come equipped. Let's see, that's 2300 Zulu, so that would be our 3rd flight. I put that into the calendar. I will not forget. I have a new way of not forgetting. We'll see how well it works. Let's see. Uh-oh, is it Wednesday? Oh, okay. It's Wednesday. Days are mixed up, and here I thought it was just me, used to have blonde hair. Raleigh, yep, says Wednesday right there. Well, that was a nice plan. Days are mixed up. Tonight that there's also an event in Orlando. The Welcome to Hell is on. We could also do the real Finnair Flight 441. Are we talking about doing that for real, like during next week or something, when it's Welcome to Helsinki Day? That's on Thursday, isn't that Welcome to Hell Day? That's Welcome to Hell Day. Wednesday. Thursday. 134.980 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Thank you.
134.980.
Papa Lima Foxtrot 120, we are ready to copy.
So we're doing the real Finnair 441 to Oulu. Oulu, is that it? And we're going to do that on Thursday. That would be our first flight on Thursday.
Bullfire 1331, proceed direct regling.
Okay. I put that in on Thursday. I did that.
1331, contact Warsaw on 130.675, bye-bye.
Over to Warsaw, 130.675, Wolf Air 1331. Have a good night.
Got it.
Sweden Control, good evening from Scandinavian 441 at flight level 360, direct to Romeo Oscar Echo.
Scandinavian 441, Sweden Control, ready contact. When ready, descend flight level 100.
When ready, descend flight level 100, Scandinavian 441. And that's going to happen in 9 minutes. I'm missing cool chat right now. Tim Dog, it might do the Orlando executive event today. I'm probably going to get at least 2 flights. Let's see how things are going for a third. I may be chickening out on that one. It's been a long week. Would it be a Finnair A350 or an A330? No idea. I'll research out what that would be. I think let's start our descent. How low can we go? Poliad says it's going to be an A32X, so it's our choice. Nightwolf is coming the other way. Hi, Nightwolf. Happy landings. You're going the opposite direction. Detergent Foot has arrived. Jack's Center is going to be up, and we can go into any airport that we want to. You could even go into the Disney STOL airport. Oh, wait a minute. I think they closed it. It's a parking lot now. The Disney World STOL airport. That's a parking lot.
Descend 5,000 feet on QNH 1011.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1021, Ryder 258.
Polyad says they still have some utility vehicles and storage containers at the Disney World Airport. I think they've also got Walt's jet out there too. They landed it there and it just kept it there completely. Their little biz jet. Okay, everything looks good.
Grand 441, proceed direct to Tidbu.
Scandinavian 441 is direct to Tidbu. And they're not doing holds, so we'll do the exit in just a second. We should get a good view of the very, very long bridge outside of Copenhagen that goes up to Sweden. So we should get a good view of the big bridge. On this arrival. Jim says that maybe that Oulu, I'm probably mispronouncing it badly, it could be small for a wide body jet. So we'll have to leave our A380 at home. I don't think I've even got a airport for that.
Scanner 441, cleared Copenhagen via Tidvu 3 Charlie arrival, expect runway 22 left.
Scandinavian 441 is clear to Copenhagen via the Tidvu 3 Charlie arrival and expecting runway 22 left. Not mentioning a hold, so all we have to do is hit the magic button and it will go away. To do that, get your wand and be sure and do a special swish and flick when you go ahead and hit the button. And there it goes. Poof! It's gone. There is an airport for Oulu Airport. And there is one that looks like it will be neat. So this looks like it's going to be our first flight on Thursday. We can get it at, here's one at Contrail. I'm trying to pick up most from Contrail. Okay, Oulu Airport from Finn VA. And it looks like they've got some nice size airplanes there. Here's a good look at all the airplanes. So it looks like basically A320s and 21s and stuff like that. Oh, they did a nice job inside.
Scanner 441, proceed direct SCA.
Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Estia. Direct to Estia.
Banner 2580, reduce speed to
Poliot says, look at that freeware though. The freeware looks like it's pretty good too. No holds today. Only sim pilots are the pilots that are disappointed when we're not going to do a hold, right? Only sim pilots are disappointed when we're not going to go flying through a hurricane. The real pilots say, you guys are nuts.
Lot 6 Kilo Charlie, contact Warsaw on the 130.
I'll bet the passengers are having a lot of fun on that flight.
Thank you, bye-bye.
They probably have somebody aboard that airplane that tells a lot of jokes.
118, decimal 455, 2580, goodbye.
Qatar 71 Yankee, Sweden Qatar, ready contact. When ready, descend flight level 100.
Ready, descend level 100, somewhere.
For all the chat about The big bridge. I need to look and see if they, if any of the train sims have the big bridge modeled. I don't see anybody. We're looking ahead and down on TCAS. They're like nobody ahead of us. It's like nobody's coming to Copenhagen today. Except the cool people, of course. The cool people are coming to Copenhagen. Good evening, Scott Scan. It is a fine night. It's a beautiful night tonight, yeah. May the 4th be with Royal Simulations. Hi, Royal Sim. Welcome in. May the 4th be with you and welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Not that many Star Wars events on the VATSIM calendar today. Okay, trying to figure out what it is that I've forgotten. I've forgotten something. Well, yeah, with the Sith and the Jedi arrivals, there should be something going on in Hotlanta. But no, nothing going on there, at least
Gentlemen
not.
441, descend 5,000 feet, locally QNH 1011.
1011 on the altimeter, descend now 5,000 feet, Scandi 441. And we do 1011 on the backup too. Oh, I did not turn on AP cam. AP just works so well. And I was having, it was not showing the numbers on the Boeing autopilot, and that fixed it yesterday. So there's, the numbers are showing up on the WinWing Boeing autopilot too. So that's really nice news. And continuing down to 5,000 feet. Oh, we're going a little fast. Uh-oh, the speed limit police are gonna come get me. Speed limit exceeded. I will have to have a special one-on-one conversation with the chief pilot. There might even be some harsh words in that meeting.
WAC 362, Sweden control, ready contact. When ready, descend flight level 100.
There was one vectors to Copenhagen, and we all got diverted to an airport that's out here in the middle, Malmo Airport. So we got diverted to that one. I don't think they're diverting anybody today. Blue said the shower took so long you missed the whole flight. Well, sometimes you just need a long shower. Just need to chill out, enjoy a long shower. Cabin's clear and or secure and ready to go.
Sorry, 71 Yankee. Cleared Tidbit 3 Charlie arrival, expect runway 2 to left.
Expecting 22 left altitude on the T-Wood 3 Charlie preparation wing.
Auto brake, speed brakes.
Tower 71 Yankee, proceed direct SCA.
No spirals today, Blue. I'm guessing either there's another event going on or other stuff is happening. Loviz says Saturday night ops is going to be in Hotlanta. It's called the Atlanta Perimeter event. So this is Saturday night ops. I will put that into the Saturday. That starts at 2300 Zulu. So I've got that one in for Saturday.
Scanner 441, contact the Copenhagen approach 118.455. Bye-bye.
118.455 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too.
118.455. And this is going to be Copenhagen approach. Got that down low, Viz. So we're all ready to be snowed under on the snow. I would not try and do a snow job on that. Let's see. Rokozko said there's a Wookiee on the runway. I could imagine so. There have been known to be Wookiees all over the place. And I'm sure that if there were droids or anything out there, they would have bad motivators. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441 overhead Estia.
Scanner 441, Copenhagen approach, good evening, identified. Information hotel is current, expect vectors, there's approach update to your left.
Scandi 441 expecting vectors for runway 22 left, and we will have hotel aboard. There's hotel.
Scanner 441, proceed direct to Adobe.
Scandi 441 is now direct to Adobe.
With the 6 Kilo Lima, reduce speed 220 knots, contact final, call sign only, 120.205, bye-bye.
Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
Final 120.220, call sign only, lift under 6 Kilo Lima, good evening.
Confirm 120.205.
120.205, sorry, Key 6 Kilo Lima.
Nomad, I can't say I'm a Wookiee. Yeah, there was supposed to be. There was supposed to be. I think that's Captain Whip.
441, speed 250 knots or greater.
250 knots or greater now for Scandi 441. I think Captain Whip is coming in here. I think I heard Captain Whip on the frequency. Yeah, I think wasn't it supposed to be last month, the Orbix Atlanta.
Alright, 22 left, Scandinavian 1914.
So 1914, descend flight level 60.
Descend to 60, Scandinavian 1914.
Scanner 441, descend altitude 4,000 feet, Copenhagen QNH 1012.
1012 on the altimeter, descend now 4,000 feet for Scandinavian 441.
Lumza 1, Juliet Foxtrot, reduce speed 240 knots.
Reduce speed 240 on the Lumza 1, Juliet Fox.
Rokozako also did a follow, so thank you for the follow too. Welcome on in. And there is the big bridge. The big bridge along with a little bit of a tunnel.
The 1 Juliet Foxtrot, reduce now to 30 knots.
Reduce speed 230 knots, left on the 1 Juliet Fox.
Scanner 1914, reduce speed 230 knots.
Peppy is back in chat. Thank you for coming in, Peppy. Happy Monday evening. Good to see you. It is a good setup. It works really, really well. It enables me to concentrate on my flying and developing a better jokes for the spy flight. And all, you know, if you've been here for a while, you've heard some of those
Juliet
really
Fox
great
20
ones
send
too,
altitude
right?
4,000 feet, speed 220 knots.
Then further 4,000 feet, speed 220 knots, Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
Scanner 441, speed 230 knots, contact final, call sign only, 120.205, bye-bye.
230 knots now for Scandinavian 441, 120.205 with the call sign for Scandi 441. Thank you.
Scan 1914, descend altitude 5,000 feet, curve
2 final.
Irvi says there is a new calming intro video. So there is a new video that you can get for...
7 Whiskey Juliet.
Oh, that might be kind of nice to have, Irvi. I think I'll save that for later.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Lima, reduce speed 180 knots.
106 Kilo
Good
Lima.
evening, Peppy. Thank you.
Napdeck 001, reduce
That's
speed 200.
great, Irvi, because, yeah, I'm kind of getting sick of the same movie.
KLM 270, reduce speed 160
Okay,
knots.
let's see. Posture check.
40 me,
And let's go ahead and arm approach mode. Approach mode is armed.
Lima, turn left heading 250, clear down S2 to left.
Left to the 250, clear for the island, runway 32 left to the 6 Kilo Lima.
Napdeck 002, fly heading 060.
Busy controller, I'm just going to leave him alone.
060, subject 2.
The 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot, final good evening, expect down S2 to left, speed 200.
Better LS2 to left, speed 200, Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
KLM 270, speed 160 until 40 ME, contact tower 118105.
Get me the tower frequency, KLM 270.
118.105.
It was 118.2.
105.
118.205. 120.205 was next.
Scandinavian 41 final.
Scandinavian 441, good evening.
441, good evening. Descent to altitude 3,000 feet. Expect on S2 to left.
Expecting 22 left, descend now 3,000 feet. Scandinavian 441.
Napdeck 001, turn right heading 180, clear on S2 to left.
Right heading 180 and clear LS2 to left. Napdeck 001.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Lima, reduce speed 160, maintain to 40 ME.
162.
Okay, LS is active. And passengers are in their seats. Landing lights are on. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. And on the rollout.
Scandinavian 441, turn left heading 35.
Left turn now, 350 for Scandinavian 441. 350. There's our turn.
Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot, descent to 3,000 feet, continue present heading.
Next flight is Toronto to Halifax in the CRJ.
Napdeck 002, reduce speed 200.
200, subject 2.
Scandinavian 441, left heading 260, cleared on S2 to left.
Left turn 260 degrees, cleared for the ILF, runway 22 left for Scandinavian 441.
Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot, turn left heading 015.
Left heading 015. Lufthansa 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
260.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Lima, contact tower 118.105, good evening.
118.105 is next.
106 Kilo Lima, good evening.
Napdeck 002, turn left heading 040.
040.
I got glide slope and localizer. Let's arm the approach. Get a little help here because it's busy. Approach is now armed. And everything's looking groovy there. Really groovy there.
114, final good evening, expect on S2 to left, reduce speed 200.
On the 200 and ILS 22 left.
Try and whip up a few good jokes about Captain Whip right now, but don't think that's going to work out. I could sing some Devo songs, maybe.
3,000 feet, subject 2.
Napdeck 001, contact tower, correction.
I could get one of those Devo hats. That would be great.
180 knots, still 60 at me, Napdeck 001.
Traffic 002, turn right heading 160.
160 is nothing to.
And the 01 Juliet Foxtrot, turn left heading 350.
Left 350, left 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
Snaptic 1, contact tower 118.105, good evening.
118.105, Snaptic 16.
Snaptic 2, turn right heading 180.
I'm expecting him to tell us to slow down any second now. Come on, slow down.
Finnair 951, final identified below.
Last little hydrate before landing. Last bit of coffee.
And the 1 Juliet Foxtrot, turn left heading 250, cleared on S22 left.
Left turn 250, clear the S22 left. Left number 2. 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
Finnair 951, descent to 3,000 feet.
Getting kind of close to that airplane up ahead.
Finnair 951, correct. Turn left.
Hi, Monica. Welcome aboard. We are just getting ready to land in Copenhagen.
Scandinavian 441, speed 180 or greater until 6 DME.
180 or greater till 6 DME for Scandinavian 441. Flaps 1.
Scandinavian 1914, descent to 3,000 feet.
3,000 now, Scandinavian 1914.
Gear. 2. We are 9 miles out. Approach is armed. Have we been living under a rock, Polyot? Well, I know I have been. I don't know about the rest of you.
441, contact tower 118.105. Good evening.
118.105 for Scandi 441. Good evening. 118.105. There's tower looking good. Polyot is changing your movie to a B movie. A B movie. Is that like, you know, one of those Dracula Hammer films from way back? A B movie or a movie about bees doing honey and stuff? Copenhagen, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is on the ILS 22 left.
First and up 001, expect landing clearance.
Expect landing clearance, Snaptic 31.
Scandinavian 441, clear to tower, good evening, continue approach 122 left, number 2, wind 300 degrees at 7 knots.
Continue the approach runway 22 left, number 2 for the runway, Scandinavian 441.
Then up 001, runway 22 left, clear to land, after landing, expedite vacating to the right.
Expedite to the left, clear to land, Snaptic 31.
ECAM checklist is green.
Welcome to Copenhagen, taxi via Bravo and Charlie, hold short of Delta.
Irvi is gonna sit at Frankfurt Friday and record 15 minutes of traffic at night for your movie.
Juliet, contact tower frequency 118.
That sounds like a really good idea, Irvi. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. ECAM checklist is groovy green.
Scandinavian 441, runway 22 left, clear to land, after landing, expedite vacating to the right.
Scandi 441, clear to left 22 right, after landing, expedite vacating to the right. Oh, Thalo, that's a really, that's a, the one you're talking about, that's the worst movie ever made, right?
Yeah, we can make a 180.
Plan 9 from outer space, I think.
Roger, make a 180.
That's supposed to be the worst movie in the world.
180 to left.
I think that's a C movie, not a B movie. Although it's not as bad as Manos Hands of Fate, though.
Copenhagen Tower, Synoptic 2 on 104 miles final.
118.58, good luck.
40, 20, retard.
Alpha Tower, good evening, left under 1 Juliet Foxtrot, LS22 left 7 miles.
Center 1 Juliet Foxtrot, Castle Tower, good evening. Continue approach 182 left, number 2, wind 300 degrees at 7 knots.
Continue to the left under 1 Juliet Foxtrot.
Copenhagen Tower, Synoptic 2 on a 2 miles final, Synoptic 2, runway 2 to left.
Synaptic 002, Castle Tower, good evening. Continue approach 182 to left, number 1, wind 300 degrees at 7 knots.
Continue approach, Synoptic 2.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Lima, contact tower frequency 118.58, good night.
Tower, 118.58, clear to Lufthansa 6 Kilo Lima.
Break, next 002, runway 2 to left, cleared for land, after landing, expedite vacating to the right.
Clear for land, Synoptic 2, and vacate to the right after landing.
Dan is a subscriber on YouTube. Thanks, Dan. I bet we got Bravo 5.
Juliet Foxtrot, continue approach 182 to left, number 1, wind 300 degrees at 7 knots.
Smokey Dave, you saw Plan 9 from outer... 371? That was my landing rate?
441, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short Zulu.
Cross runway 12 at Bravo will hold short Zulu for Scandi 441. Yeah, we made the first taxiway. That was great, though. We got off the first taxiway. That's pretty amazing, I think. Really good one.
Scandinavian 441, contact apron frequency 121.630, good night.
121.630 for Scandi 441. Thank you.
Scandinavian 1914, ILS 221.
Scandinavian 1914, Castle Tower, good evening. Continue approach 182 to left, number 3, wind 300 degrees at 7 knots.
Cat Strip Apron, very good evening. Scandinavian 441 is on Bravo, holding short of Zulu.
Scandinavian 441, Castle Apron, very good evening to you, sir. Taxi stand Bravo 9 via Yankee and Papa.
Parking tonight is Bravo 9 via Yankee and Papa for Scandi 441. Thank you. All right. Bravo, Yankee,
Eurowing 7, this is Juliet, Castle
and
Apron, very good evening.
Papa.
Taxi stand Alpha 8 via Lima.
We're going to Bravo 9. There we go. Okay, Yankee, that's the second one. Cool. I know where we're going. Anyone thinks Plan 9 has not seen Manos or Monster or Go-Go? Yeah, some of those are pretty awful, aren't they? Look behind you. Duncan Stormin is an A220. How is there an A220 flying here? Is there an A220 over on X-Plane? Oh, I wonder if somebody is in beta testing the future release of that airplane. That might be it. Maybe the developer is flying in here with that airplane with an A220 and we're getting closer to the arrival of an A220. Okay, we're here on Yankee and then Papa is the second turn. Bravo 9 is at the end. Somebody made a phone noise. Fun fact, November 321 says that team has been flying on the network for over a month now. Really? So they're getting closer to the A220. There's Papa. And around we go over here. This was a real smooth and by the numbers flight. This one was really, really good. the landing rate was a little high. They're paying, well, vectors to Copenhagen. If you're developing an airplane, I would think flying into an event like vectors to Copenhagen would be an important one to do. Bravo 9 is up here, I believe. Okay, APU's coming up nicely.
Apron, good evening. Postman Fastman Commune requesting start and push.
There's our gate, Bravo 9.
Postman 5, Mike Romeo, Castle Apron, good evening. For push start, contact Apron 118105.
118105, Postman Fastman Commune.
Captain Tower, good evening. Captain Apron,
Duncan Storman, yeah, I'd say that's a good indicator that it's close to being released.
Good evening. Texas Stand Alpha 20 via Lima.
Alpha 20 via Lima, Lufthansa 6 Lima, good evening.
Hello, this is Sky 118 Guaplan Casco Ground, request taxi to gate overstand. If it's possible, we have asked taxi Zulu Sky 118.
Sky 118 Castle Apron, good evening. Do you have a preferred stand or do you just want any stand?
Parking brakes on.
I just need a stand Sky 118.
Engine 1 going off.
Sky 118,
Engine number 2 going off.
19 via Yankee.
XC2, gate 190 Yankee, Sky 118.
Engine's coming down. Hi, Olivance. Welcome aboard. All right, everything's looking pretty good for this flight. Let's come on up here and do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fuel pumps off. ADIRS 1, 2, and 3 off. Crew supply of oxygen. Beacon can go off. Seatbelts can go off. Deboard the airplane. And let's go to Phoenix tab, ground services. I need GPU preconditioned air. And cargo, cargo, cargo. And how do we do? And there goes our cargo, and everything works. Again, great word to use. It is a calm, cool vectors to Copenhagen. And this is just such a great event. I try and fly it every week. You know, just to say, hey, if you're new on VATSIM, this is the event that you need to come to. It really is. Tango CR97 is back in chat. You're going to make some coffee? Well, good. And you're looking for liveries for Flight Sim. Beppy, once you park, I have a picture of your new center pedestal. It's over in SimTalk. Okay. Nice, calm vectors. It really is such a great event. I always like flying it. Plus, it's good to fly to regular airports like this because you can learn your way around. Is there a Russian A320 over here, Jim? Really? Well, maybe they'll be rushing to get home. That's the only Russian joke I know. All right. The landing rate was, of course, a little bit disappointing, as they always are, but the big thing on this one was my touchdown. And I was aiming for the bars. I missed them just a little bit, but I really, especially here, aimed for the bars, and we got off on the first taxiway, which means that the control tower really thinks that we're hot rocking and flame throwing. Because we got off the runway really, really fast. No synaptic test A220 at Copenhagen. So they're not testing the A220 here? Is that it, Diego? Did I read that right? Let's get ready for our CRJ flight. I just want to make sure that my Toronto is not been turned off. So it's really good, especially after you reinstall a sim because it turns off a lot of your scenery. So we need to make sure that we go to library and check to make sure that Toronto is not off. I know that I've got the Halifax loaded in. Tango needs coffee in my system. Yesterday I had a dual failure in the Phoenix A320. Really? Well, I hope you have tasty coffee. I just finished up the coffee, so it's now time for silly spy tea. So spy tea for today. Unless we're going to meet at the Leaky Cauldron, and then it's pea soup. And usually it kind of freezes like this a little bit. All right, let's go search. CYYZ. No result for my Toronto scenery. So it's not in there, but I did load it elsewhere. It should be loaded in there. We'll see if that works. Let's do... I'm just going to go and check it real fast and make sure that the scenery loads, because we like that. We do have to recycle the sim anyway. Do I sell spy coffee mugs? Did a while ago. There was a store. I think it's kind of been moved out several times. So I don't know if it's still active or not. Let's just come over here to the Hammerhead real fast. I think they'd like us to call that the Hammerhead as opposed to the boat anchor. Okay, let's just see if this will pop in for us real fast. And make sure that we've got that. Then we have to blow out of here because Halifax is not loaded in. And then we're going to switch airplanes to the CRJ 900. Yep, the scenery loaded pretty good. It does look like a boat anchor. Thanks for asking, Tango. I would imagine that maybe sometime in the next year or so, we might get another one of those storefronts up for spy stuff. But right now, Polyod has got a cool website coming out, and you'll be able to get some of the spy jams that Polyod made. Okay, so we know that everything's good here. We'll just go ahead and let it connect itself, and then we'll get out of it. Diamond Mike if a controller says that you're cleared for the arrival, but then tells me to descend at a certain altitude. So if you're cleared for the arrival, but they give you another altitude, then you do the altitude that they told you. If they didn't, then you look at your chart and descend to the altitude at the end of the arrival. Tango's doing practice landings today. Okay, so all of this looks really good, but I'm going to switch airplanes here. And there is the boat anchor. November 321 probably has a much better answer than mine, so let's see. CYYZ to CYHC heavy weather. All right, let's recycle the sim and get ready for another flight. All right, let's see if there's anything over here yet. It's probably a touch early for anything, but we'll still give it a shot. This will be a nice flight. We've had a lot of really good ATC this week, so we don't have to have ATC the whole way, right? Okay, everything looks good there. It's a CRJ flight, so we do not need an autopilot or a McDo. And we don't need SimApp Pro. So we're going to turn off both of those, or all three of those actually. And we've gone and loaded in our airports. Let's get it loaded up here. Good afternoon. Jamie Ashton has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Okay, just getting ready to do a CRJ test flight here. And CYHC is over here, not much going on there. And YYZ, we'll just take the runways that we get out of SimBrief, and that should be good to go. Here comes the sim. And let's do a flight plan. Okay, so this is a Jazz flight. So JZA 441 CYYZ CYHZ. This is a CRJ 900. And we should have a nice jazzy little livery here. Okay, so it's saying runway 23 for departure and arrival. Wow, this is a long one. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes gate to gate. Let's come over here and do minimum fuel. 15 shouldn't be too big of a deal. I think we're all pretty much prepared for that. That all looks good. Let's generate the flight. Cannot wear an Airbus hat in a CRJ. The hat police would be very upset. Is that why you asked me a long time ago? I'm sorry I missed you asking me that, Heavy Weather. Sorry I missed that. I think the jet streams are going to help us out a little bit, though, so it's not too bad. But thank you for keeping an eye on that. Today has been a little bit chaotic, hasn't it? But thank you for mentioning that, and I'm sorry I missed it when you said that. Okay, it is a CRJ 9. Almost done updating titles and stuff. Okay, we did that. Did we get the right flight plan? I do recommend having the PDF version of the flight plan on your desktop for the CRJ. All right, this looks good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Here we go, and pre-file. And SimBrief in its wisdom said flight level 350. That's not a bad altitude for this flight. Filed. All right, so over here at YYZ, and I think they parked the CRJs up here. I think they park them up over here. Okay, so we got that. Let's get our route. And the route is over here. I generally will plug these in manually. We don't know what our gate is yet. We'll figure that out in a minute. And this looks all good to me. And the sim continues loading. 59%, 60% of world data. Since reloading the sim, I have noticed that the load is a little bit faster than it used to be. So that helps out a little bit. Music to watch a slow loading progress bar by. Okay, I don't think we need the autopilot, although we do need our sonic screwdriver at a certain point. Did it give us a SID and a star here? The DEDIC 5 and the Fundy 5. Okay. And it gave us everything in kilos. I think that's correct too. So everything looks like it's set for a good flight. I did. What's the screwdriver for on the flight deck? Shrek Gaming, the one under the autopilot. You always should have your sonic screwdriver ready to go. You never know when you'll need it. I basically put it there because there's this tabletop right here that, you know, gets a little bit distracting when I've got the autopilot camera up. So I keep my sonic screwdriver just right there so it looks good on the picture. But you never know when you'll need a sonic screwdriver. Okay, I think we're ready. Free flight. And this is going to be a 900. And we're going to be at a CRJ9. And we need to get better safe than sorry. That's right. Livery. Air Canada Jazz. This is the exact airplane that we were having trouble with yesterday, too. Now, I did take the 550 on a flight earlier today, and it worked just fine going into Denver. Toronto Pearson. And we thought they brought the CRJs in over here. Why don't we come over here? There's nobody at gate 251. Diamond Mike was high on the approach. I had to go around. The controller knew it. And I was still in VNAV. I should have switched to the level change. True Demon is now very annoyed with the PC. You know, True Demon, we've all been there. We've all had days that we're just so frosted with the PC. It's not behaving. It's being a brat. True Demon, close to landing, the PC ended up crashing when you're close to getting on approach. That is definitely a time to be annoyed. Absolutely. Been there a few times. The worst one was across the pond for me. Buckeye says to hydrate. Hi, Buckeye. Welcome in. And we're getting lost. Blue had a driver hang up after your departure out of Budapest? Really? A driver hang up? That sounds weird. Cold and dark. True Demon flew out of Manchester. And here comes a jetway. And we now have a jetway. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Flight plan. Import. Looks good. Okay, so it's a JZA. And we are a CRJ9. And that should let us on there. We also should get Elevate X going. All right, that looks good. Elevate X is up. All right, everything's good here. This is such a cool little airplane. I love flying it as a sim pilot, hate being a passenger on a CRJ. Just, you know, that's the way it is. So I've gone and loaded the flight plan here. We've gone over to aircraft and I've got all my doors open. Over on charts. Charts work really good in this airplane too. So that's good. Seeing the flight plan is a little bit dodgy here, viewing it. It kind of needs its own tab, I think. Buckeye said to hydrate. Okay, so let's go ahead and start stuff up here. Battery first. This has Boris sounds. Nav lights. Hydraulic 3A. Windshield heaters. No smoking emergency lights. And recirculating fan. And a little backlighting on the instrument panel. Everything's coming up here nicely. We've got a master warning and a caution, but when starting up an airplane, who doesn't have a master warning and a caution? Navigation data is still current, so that's nice. And our dates are good. Position init. We are at CYYZ. We are at gate 251. Unknown. Go to page 2, get your GPS. Go to page 1, put it in the boxes. Come down here. Let's see, Brenton is back. And Nav. And integrated lighting down here on the pedestal. And integrated lighting on the panel up here. That's probably pretty good. And this looks great. So, several ways to go about doing this. When it's a CRJ, I just really generally like to do my own flight plan. They're on a CRJ, they're never super long. And if they're never super long, might as well just plug it in yourself. So, we are at CYYZ. CYYZ. We are going to CYHC. If we have to divert, it's CYQM. This is a Jazz flight, JZA. Flight 441. And our first waypoint after the star is going to be Olaba. O-L-A-B-A. O-L-A-B-A. Olaba. And that goes in there. After Olaba, we're going to be on the Q951 airway. Q951. And we exit at Talno. T-A-L-N-O. Talno. After Talno, we're going to be on the Q929 airway. And that puts us out at Toxal, T-O-X-A-L. Toxal. After Toxal, it's direct to Ebony, E-B-O-N-Y. E-B-O-N-Y. And that's it. End of flight plan. So we're all good. November 321 is doing Tampa approach, and you got to talk to a founding member of VATSIM. And how are the founding members of VATSIM today? All right, now let's come on over here and snag a few charts. use the FMS flight plan, and come get the airport. And we're over here at stand 251. Let's turn it to nighttime because it's cooler. And we're going to save that. We're going to get the airport chart and save it. And we're going to do a taxi all the way over to runway 23. Okay, that's not a big deal. Let's see. November 321 says it was super cool seeing an 8,000 CID. And we don't need that on. And our departure is the Dead Key 5 departure. Dead Key 5. Okay, make sure you get the right one. That is the right one. There's usually two here in Toronto. So Dead Key 5, after departure, we turn to a heading of 245 degrees and then vectors to Savior. Don't worry, I will not get a Savior complex with you. And our initial climb is 5,000 feet. Unless ATC pops on and tells us differently. Let's put that in right now because we don't want to forget. So 5,000 feet goes in here. There we go, looking good. All right, we're done with that. Come on back. And coming into Halifax, we'll be howling in on the Fundy 5 arrival. Fundy 5, and we're going to pick it up at Ebony or Ebony, take your choice, and we're coming in on runway 23. So runway 23, we come out at Deuter at 5,000 feet. Runway 23 has an ILS, and the ILS, we could pick it up at Deuter. And if we don't do it up, we might be in deep doo-doo, and as usual, that sounded better in my head too. We'll probably be able to get off at Charlie, and we'll have parking positions at the terminal, and then we hit the little pin, and you can see all of the stuff is just right over here. This is a nice little charts app for this. So let's do our departure and arrival. First, let's check and see if there's any ATC. No, it's just Boston and DC right now. So let's do departure and arrival. Our departure is going to be runway 23. Runway 23. Dead Key 5. And we exit at Alaba. Execute. Departure and arrival. Arrival, we're expecting the ILS runway 23. We're expecting the Fundy arrival via Ebony and via Deuter. This is where it blew up on me all the time yesterday. Let's see if it blows up today. It didn't blow up. Execute. It worked. So Polyot was right yesterday. Our problem looks like it was dodgy nav data. So two things we now know will cause WASM crashes. One is dodgy nav data. Two, according to LowViz, is old bad airport scenery. And number three is if I'm just really, really freaking unlucky that day. So that's how we know that works. Okay, all that looks really good. Let's come on up here, open up the little flap, And flap is open. APU door is open. We'll start him up the APU. While that's going on, let's go ahead and load the airplane. Performance. And I generally load it via passengers, with passengers and cargo. So go to page 3 of your flight plan. And we're going to have 72 brave souls flying with us today. So 72, enter. I usually don't put anything in the forward cargo. And in aft cargo, it's going to be 770 pounds worth of, or kilos. Should give us a 0 fuel weight at or about 29.8. And my 0 fuel weight is at 28.9, close enough. Our fuel is going to be 54.56. 5456. Enter. Everything looks good. Set the payload in the sim. That looks really good. Flaps 8, dry runway. Set the speeds. That looks good too. Let's go to the F plan and do performance init. Our cruise is 35,000 feet. If we have to go to our alternate airport, that's going to be at 18,000 feet. And instead of filling up the rest of this, let's come over here and copy performance data into the FMS. Bugs are now set. And let's do this. So all of our data looks pretty good in here. Execute that. VNAV setup, it's 18,000 feet as our transition. We'll be climbing at 290 and Mach 0.74. That page is good. Flight level 350 will be descending at 290 and Mach 0.74. All of those numbers look like they're going to be just fine. Performance. I'm going to do a flex temperature here. We're going to flex to 46 degrees on takeoff. And all of that looks really good. Now I'm going to go to MFD menu, activate advisory VNAV, and leave it on progress. Roddy says it's MD-11 time. Where are you taking your MD-11 today, Roddy? Okay, we're cool there. Our plane is loaded. Let's go to the aircraft. I'm going to close the doors. I'm going to remove the jetway and put the handrails back up. The APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect from ground power. Over on the charts app, we need to go over here and do arrival altitude, 477 feet. This is the one thing on this airplane that is a gigantic pain in the butt. So I usually never go and pop out a instrument, but I'm going to go ahead and pop out this one. And then we'll squeeze it way down. Okay, so we've got this over here. Roddy is going to Detroit from San Francisco FedExing today. Okay, so what we need to do is we're going to go down here and remember 477 feet. And then we'll come over here, and the dial for this is up here, and landing elevation is here. So 477, 480 is as close as we're going to get. And that's the only time I'll ever really pop out something, is because the dial for cabin pressurization's up there, and you read it down on this. How are you supposed to do both? So there you go. Apron comes over there. I know I've destroyed immersion. How terrible of me. It's really, really bad when sim pilots do that sort of thing. Okay, doors are up. And close, close, close. The jetway's gone. Let's close the door and disconnect ground power. Flight plan, refresh the weather. YYZ, the altimeter is 2963. 2963. That looks really good. After takeoff, we remember that on the dead key departure, we're supposed to take off and turn to a heading of 245. Let's go ahead and put 245 in here now. And that'll be our reminder for that turn. 245. That's our initial turn. And again, ridiculously small numbers to read down here. But headings 245, initial climbs 5,000 feet, altimeters are all set. We're ready to go. Let's get our friends from Pushback Helper from GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. All right, all of this looks good. Final check of ground.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Removed, closed, 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 closed. Parking brakes are on. Remove the chocks. And we've cleared that page back to charts. I know when I ruin immersion, it's just terrible. Let's see.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Do we do CTAF in Toronto? We do. 118.7. 118.7. Radio. 118.700. There is no ATC. I'm going to squawk 777. 0007, because, you know, 0007. We need 122.800 for recall, and that looks good. It's almost time to go. Let's do seatbelts on. That looks really good. The rest of our hydraulic pumps can go on. Hydraulic pumps are going on. And we're going to go nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Bacon is going on. Cabin call, ring the bell. And let's go.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
And so far, so good. Let's come down here. We'll start squawking. Mode Charlie on all taxiways. Fuel booster pumps going on. Ground start engine number 2. Hold it down a little bit. You got to hold it down on this. And here comes our N2. And at 20%. 18, 19, 20, and fuel. Here comes fuel. They've all started walking super slow. Parking brakes on. And we got a good start on engine number 2. Let's start 1. Press the button, hold it down till the light comes on. Light comes on. And here comes N2. Check the oil on engine number 2. I have not set our trim for takeoff. That's on performance. And trim is going to be 6.4.
Unlocking gear.
There we go. Trim is now set. Back to charts. back to the airport chart.
Tow truck disconnected.
Roddy
Bypass pin removed.
disabled photogrammetry. I think you do get a small
Left is clear.
gain
Right
on
is
that.
clear.
I think that that's entirely true that you get that. All right, 2 good starts on our engines. At least one on the first one. That's because I did not get my fuel up. There goes fuel. Roddy says the buildings look better too. And good starts there. Ground crew just abandoned us. They probably are having a Timbits party today. Okay, everything looks good there. Let's come on up here and do Pitot 2 Peters. Packs. We're done with the APU. We're done with GSX. And everything there looks good. Flaps are going to be 8. And we come down here and we're going to do yaw dampers. Stabilizer trim. And mock trim. I think we're ready to go. Nose wheel steering is now armed. Nose wheel light is on. Parking brakes are off. Got a WestJet that appeared over there. The sounds on this are Boris, and they're really good. I really like the sounds on this. All right, coming on out here, we'll just do the inner taxiway out. That should work for us. Russ is over in WestJet today. Thanks for flying, Russ. I hope you have a nice WestJet flight. And look over here, see if anybody's coming. Nobody's over there. And we're going to make a turn over here. So Russ is going to be in a WestJet. That's a 737. Probably a 700, I believe they fly. Got some other big Air Canadas over here. I need to change that view back a little bit.
Toronto traffic, Green Ridge 32, Halifax 23
Somebody's got a big old MD-11 over there. Somebody's got an MD-11 over on the passenger side.
Toronto traffic, Air Canada 419, descending through flight level 131 for 7,000, Ragged 6 arrival, runway 24 right, 49 miles out. Toronto traffic.
All right, there is a takeoff config check, and it does it automatically for you. Takeoff config check is good. We're ready to go. Now then, an important number since we have such a long taxi is takeoff. Minimum takeoff fuel is 4.858. I am at 5.39. We have more than enough fuel to do the taxi and takeoff. A nice view of the Hammerhead over there. And this is one of the really, really good airports that's nicely modeled. We have the APU is now off. Everything's looking good up here. A nice little jazzy taxi today. We did get Elevate X going, so there's data available too.
And Toronto traffic, WestJet 209, gate 247 with push and start for taxi runway 23 departure.
I didn't put winds in. 287 at 53. And -1 for temperature deviation. And we should probably get over on the taxiways here. This one was just more scenic. It is currently 2048. We'll probably be departing at about 2055. Anybody coming over here? Don't want to cut anybody off? Nope. Good. Detergent Foot says it's not. No, it isn't. This is a fun airplane for me to fly. I have a blast with this one because it doesn't have an auto throttle and there's stuff to do in this. It really is fun, and it's kind of a nicely done little airplane. So as far as simming around, I have a blast with this little airplane. That being said, as somebody who's over 6 feet myself, like you are, Detergent Foot, sadly walking through the cabin, at least the 200s. Now this cabin looks like it's a little bit taller than the 200s, but the 200, you gotta duck to get down the aisle, especially if your seat is behind the wing. In the 200, there's a little exit sign in the middle, and I do have to duck on that exit sign on the CRJ 200s. Very annoying. Okay, everything looks good to go here. Fuel management is good. Everything's happy there. And over to progress. Smokey Dave, you rode in this a lot going to Myrtle Beach. It's kind of tight. Yeah. That's what I got really excited, when the E-Jets started to come out. And, instead of doing Denver down to Austin in a CRJ, it was Denver down to Austin in an E-Jet, an E175. That was a lot nicer than the CRJ, so I was a super duper happy camper for that flight. Okay, anybody over here? Nope, nobody over there. We'll just follow this one over here and away we go. And Russ is coming in behind us. I guess this is where they're still using Windows Vista. Brakes. And we got a nice little Airbus
Starting
going out.
engine.
Blue. That's Blue flying in that little baby bus up there. Let's do a little of our own ATC. There's Russ in the WestJet. I'm just going to see if anybody's coming in on 2-3 here. Nope, don't see anybody there. Toronto traffic. Jazz 441's a CRJ lining up and waiting for a minute on runway 23. Toronto. Strobes. Brakes. Ooh, look at the windsock. It's windy today here in Toronto. Do one last check, even though we checked the radar. Always like to come back here, see if I see some landing lights. Don't see any landing lights. Rayback is landing on 24 right. Yeah, I think that's the arrival runway. Let's see. I have the urge to fly, but not sure what or where. So I will no doubt not fly. This is a common cycle.
Toronto traffic, Air Canada 419, establishing a localizer 24 left, 15 miles out. Toronto traffic.
Heading is set. I think it's almost time to go. I think everybody kind of feels that sometimes, Pollyot. I just think that happens. I want to go do something. I don't know what. It's late in the day. I had a full day at work. I'm a little tired. That kind of a deal. Detergent Foot's wife picks random places for you to fly. Wow, that's cool. That's a great way to go. Are we ready to rumble? Let's go. Just like the other airplanes, throttle's up about halfway. Throttles are up halfway. Let's go ahead and hit the CHR. There's the chronometer. Throttle's up to flex. Throttle is flex. Toronto traffic, Jazz 441's on the roll, taking off runway 23. Toronto. 100 knots. V1, rotate.
Toronto traffic, Air Canada 419, 9 mile final, runway 24 left, Toronto traffic.
Russ is having trouble squawking.
Toronto traffic, Air Canada's 856.
I have not had that happen on the PMDG ever, Russ. That's really weird. Flaps 1. Just cleared myself all the way up here, might as well. Flight level 350. Hi, Daryl. Welcome aboard. If you just joined, Daryl, I think that that's not because you did anything wrong. That's just the way they normally do it. Don't worry too much about that test. A lot of people pass it first time around. It's a no big deal kind of a test, okay? Russ, I'm surprised that you couldn't get your transponder. Oh, Russ, on the transponder, there's two. You don't just turn it to transponder and Terra. There's a button. There's a switch off to the side as well, too. So one of those little dials on the left side of the transponder also is what puts you into mode Charlie, okay? That's an important one. Toronto traffic. Jazz 441 is clear of runway 23. Direct Savior over to Unicom. Happy landings, Toronto. Yep, I'm back. I have my Savior complex. Bottom switch on the left. One or two, but still. How about not necessarily that one? I think there might be something else to look at, Russ. I'm holding it at about 210 in my climb right now till we get all established on our turns, and out we go. All right, there we go. And DTO, direct to Savior, and execute, and nav. Looking good. Let's do speed. 250. 250 in the climb. Come on down here. Performance. And VNAV. And that means we're going to climb at 290 and Mach 0.74.
Top clearance granted.
Captain Gong Show is back and gifted a sub to Pixel Penguin. Oh, hi, Captain Gong Show. We came in to see you last night. Oh, you gave out 5 gift subs today. Captain Gong Show, thank you for gifting some subs to the spy community. That was awful nice of you. Thanks for coming in. It looked like you were having a fun flight last night.
Common traffic, Pakistan 781 heavy, vacating.
And 122.8. 122.8. And thank you so much. Welcome on in. We had a bunch of WASM crashes in the CRJ yesterday. So we've got the CRJ out. We think that our WASM crashes in this were because of bad Nav data. And that's kind of how that's going. Captain Gong Show just did a sub. Thank you so much. I love the CRJ. This is a fun airplane to fly. I just am really grateful that they don't make me fly it as a passenger because I'm too tall. Okay, here's our turn, and flaps are up. We are in climb mode. Perfect. All right, looking good there. That looks great. And then we also want to reset the heading bug because, you know, if the autopilot goes crazy, which it sometimes does. So reset the heading bug. 14,000 feet. Did we get lights and stuff? Yeah, we got all the lights and stuff, but now we need to speed it up to 290 in the climb. $290 in the climb. Thank you again, Captain Gong Show. I was glad to see that you were live streaming yesterday and we could catch up with you. And this looks good. I think if you've already passed it once, Daryl, if there was a problem with your name, best thing to do is just go in and tell the folks at VATSIM, hey, I messed up on that. I'm real sorry. Please be nice. Direct to dead key. Captain Gong Show, you're going to be back on tonight for the Orlando event. Okay, we'll look for you a little bit later on. They will likely ask you for a photo ID. I was going to get a photo ID, but I went in to get the picture taken and I broke the lens. And 290 in the climb. So the Orlando event tonight. Oh, the little biz jet, the executive airport, right? The executive airport. And coming up on 18,000 feet, let's do the barrel button now. 2992. And standard altimeter there, 2992. Polyot says that, okay, Daryl, once you do the ID, then they'll reactivate your account. Captain Gong Show is doing KAVL to KSFB, and you're going to do a Phoenix flight for Allegiant Airlines. Because that's right, they do go into that other airport, right? And Detergent Foot said to hydrate 4 minutes ago. Thanks, Detergent Foot. Cheers. Okay, this is looking good. 19,000 feet, 290 in the climb. All right. Probe heaters are on. Windshield heaters are on. All the hydraulics are good. All the lights are perfect. Nothing to worry about there. We do have packs on. Oh, I didn't do air conditioning. Forgot that one. There's air conditioning. Let's have it conditioned air. Can somebody send some pizza up to the flight deck, please? Maybe some of that beer too, okay? Captain Gong Show, thank you so much. You got a few chores and groceries to unload. Ooh, gotta take care of the groceries first. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being really nice to the Spy community and gifting some subs. And have a good time. I hope you got great groceries for the week. Zutik, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we've got a view here. This one's a little bit weird. So we need to fix this view. This one is probably for the other airplane. So let's go and fix it while we're climbing out here. So we're over here, and this is going to be this porthole camera. So now what we'll do is let's find something a little bit better. Something a little bit further back. That's probably pretty good there. Well, let's see. How about this one? This window's open a little bit better. Okay, so that looks pretty good. That's a pretty good place for that seat. So let's save the position. And now we have a much better view for this airplane. And so we're done with that. Back over here. And I also wanted to set up another view for this airplane. One of the things that I found is when I'm flying the CRJ, especially when I need to maintain speed, this view is just not good enough. I need another one. So you see I've got a couple of things here. I've got 2 buttons here for big instruments and stuff. I think that what I want to do is I'm going to add another one. So what we're going to do is call this speed view or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go plus and create a view. It's a pilot view. And I'm going to call this big speed. The reason is there's no auto throttle on this airplane. And because there's no auto throttle on this, I really do need to be able to see that a little bit better. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to zoom in and get really, really close here. So what I want to be able to do is see this panel right here. in particular, I want to be able to see the speed here. So I like this one. So we'll just do this. I'm going to tilt down a bit. That looks good, and save the position. Now I also need to assign a view button, and I'm going to make this the number 4 button. This means that I've got like several number 4 buttons here set up, but now I'll be able to zoom in and grab this a lot better. So we're done with that. And so now there's our main view. But when I need to like really rabbit hole the speed, we can see that, and then we can zoom in real fast, and then we can see other instruments. I do have a habit of falling out of the sky in the CRJ, but only when we're going to Martha's Vineyard and we're going to Halifax. So I don't think I'll be falling out of the sky today. I hope nobody's recording that, because watch, now that I've said I won't be falling out of the sky today, I'll probably fall out of the sky today. See the way that works? There's 26,000 feet, and seatbelts to auto. Seatbelts are auto. And pretty good. Hi, Black Dog. Thanks for coming in today. We are in the CRJ and jetting off to... We are jetting off to Halifax. So here we are coming in over the lake. I went, Russ, did you get your transponder working again? This is a little bit of a longer flight, Black Dog. Let's wait until we get about halfway to Halifax and see how everybody's doing. Could be, it might be just a really great time to call it an early day. We're also looking at this as a really cool little airport for us for our first flight on Thursday. It's going to be a Finnair flight, and I've just got it set up over here on Comtrail right now. That way I'll remember to go and get it. And then there is also this other page. We got a link to this, and this is a really, really cool. This is a really, really cool calming movie. So if you want to change the movies in your the startup movies, you've got that. Bryler Gaming wants to see James Bond Skyfall: The Spy Flight Edition. Does that mean it's time to play some spy jams? Or is there a new... there's a new spy game that's coming out. Is that it? There's 2 actually coming out. There's an actual James Bond game. Oh, we need to switch to Mach. Speed to Mach. And we're supposed to climb at Mach 0.74. Good evening, Jim. Welcome aboard. Showtime's here too. Hi, Showtime. Thanks for coming in. And we're going to 35,000 feet, and it's at Mach 0.74. We're doing good. And Termi TV has arrived too. So let's see here. Once we get done here, there's a VATSIM event down in Florida. Looks like Atlanta is up, probably. Russ has rebooted. When I log on to a PMDG and power up, the transponder is on. Bottom left switch, 1 or 2. Isn't there another switch on the transponder up above the 1 and 2? I think there's another one. There's another switch on the transponder for Mode Charlie. You could also, Russ, if you just can't make it work, I think you could physically click the Mode Charlie button here in vPilot, and that should work for you too. So those are 2 ways that you could turn that on. Okay, seatbelts are auto. Everything else is good. Probe heaters are on. Lights are all great. Oh, actually, Bryler Gaming, I fell out of the sky really pretty bad. I fell out of the sky badly on one flight with the CRJ. Fact is, it was pretty bad. Russ tried Mode C in Pilot Edge, but nothing is working. Oh, really? Okay. Hi, Dustin. Welcome aboard. We're doing this flight at Mach 0.75. Is that what it's got us doing here? Nope, 7.4. We'll do that. Thalos wants to do cheap. Brawler Gaming, no, my piloting skills were really bad. It was my piloting skills that were bad. That's why I was having a hard time. Plus, I mean, we were going into it was a stormy day at Martha's Vineyard. The visibility sucked. All we had was an RNAV arrival. So, I mean, it wasn't, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It really was kind of not great day for flying in there. And they weren't using the ILS. Would have been nicer if we would have had the ILS. And it would have been nice if I had better flying skills too. I mean, there you go. I've kind of found that after about 35,000 feet, using the VNAV speeds for the climb gets a little slow. So I start reducing it a little bit. Roddy, it is a nice small little jet. I mean, get it in and out of practically any place. Really is nice for that. And then we need to get ready to do our own speeds. So that looks good. Actually, a better view on this. I could have done a better view. We could have need to be able to see this stuff too. Okay, coming up on flight level 350. Let's just redo this one. I'm just going to save that speed. Daniel just came into. Thanks for coming in, Daniel. Almost there. Okay, so as we get up here, we go out of climb mode. It's going to start flashing at us. And that's going to remind us, hey, hands on the throttle there, kids. This airplane doesn't have an auto throttle. Daniel was doing, were you doing real flying, plane spotting at Keflavik today, Daniel? And let's see. Khalil, wait, did I say that a little bit right? Welcome in. Thank you for coming by today. All right, so we're going to go ahead and slide this thing out of climb mode. So out of climb mode. Oh, Daniel was doing real flight, plane spotting at Keflavik today. Okay, so we go into cruise mode. And there's our altitude cap, and we're no longer in speed mode, so I'm going to go and bug Mach 0.75, which is what we planned for in the flight plan. And then we'll just continue to speed on up here. Okay, this is looking good. Speed is slowly coming up, and we're at 35,000 feet. Final cruise. Now, I don't know if we actually changed this here or not, so I'm just going to leave this alone because I don't know what I'm doing. But over on the progress page, it says that we are 600 miles away from YHC. An hour and 30 minutes? Really? Eek. Got a nice tailwind, though. Good ground speed. Well, sort of. Hi, Gorilla Glue. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Thanks for coming by. We could bump this up a little bit. How about Mach 0.81? We'll burn a little bit of pixel fuel today. Daniel says that Keflavic's not the best airport for spotting, but it's okay. Lots of 737 Maxes from Iceland Air and the A321 LR. So we'll just let it slowly bring the speed up and see what that does for us. Because at our current speed, it's like 90 minutes to where we're going. Not so bad there. No flushable lavatories on this CRJ, I'm afraid. Blue gets to go and plane spot at the busiest heliport in the world. And you like to go to the heliport for the heli of it? Daniel, did you miss out on something? I don't think you missed anything, really. Spotting is a dream for Blue, though, at the heliport. Well, we've shaved a couple of minutes by kicking our speed up here. And we're still coming up a little bit faster. Yeah, the jokes are starting to dry up a bit. It's been a good week. We've had really good ATC. Friday and Saturday has been great. This was a good one. It was a really, really kind of almost a calm flight. Calm flight going into Copenhagen today. We already do have a couple of really nice flights set up for Thursday. We're going to follow along the real Finnair Flight 441 out of Helsinki. So be sure and stock up on extra blueberry juice for that one. And then there is an event on Saturday Night Ops, should be a good time too. Speed still coming up here. I was just trying to update the calendar. So yeah, first flight, Finnair 441 out of Helsinki in the Welcome to Hell event. And there's a nice payware airport for our arrival airport. Frankfurt Fridays, we'll figure out something to do with Frankfurt Friday. We almost always do. Okay, there is Mach 0.80. So we're going to just back off the throttles a touch. And the goal is to get rid of, it's kind of hard to see, but I want to get rid of that little pink arrow at the top. So throttling back just a bit until it disappears. And if the pink arrow is gone from the top of the white arrow or the bottom, that means you're not accelerating or slowing down. So we're at Mach 0.81. Back when the TriStar and the 757 were good, the TriStar, so you saw all sorts of cool airplanes coming in then. That BA had those. Hayato is doing something wrong with the Phoenix. On approach, APL always disengages when tower requests a manual heading or a speed change. I'm not sure. And we probably bought ourselves about 5 minutes maybe at the most for coming in. Daniel says to stretch, and if you're flying with me, you should too. I don't know. So, yeah, in the Phoenix, if they say to make a turn, it shouldn't disconnect your autopilot. I'm almost wondering if maybe you've got an extra, if you've got some sort of an extra, some control bindings that are causing a problem or something like that. If we go to performance and go to fuel management, you can see we have all sorts of really good fuel management. You know, I've got 930 miles to the reserve setting here. Gives you ground speed and reserves. So this is actually kind of cool to see. I'm wondering, because you were talking about this the other day, Hatoa, I'm wondering if you've got I'm wondering if you may have a control binding that's interfering with something. Blue said in 84 the Concorde did a touch and go in Iceland. Because hey, when you've got a Concorde, you might as well do a touch and go, right? So let's go over here to performance. We've also got a flight log page. That was our takeoff time, our en route time, fuel used, and air distance. So there's some really cool data that you're getting over here that I don't spend a lot of time with. Here's performance init. There's cruise. I don't think that's right. And it doesn't give me the option to change it anymore. And then we'll zoom in and make sure, usually unless you make a big turn, you're going to see that that's going to stay fairly static. It's not going to change much. Blue was in Aberdeen. Okay, so, oh, you were in Aberdeen for the Concorde flight. Okay. Well, still, doing a touch and go in Aberdeen was probably pretty cool with a Concorde. This is also going to give me landing, fuel for landing, 32.1. And we should have final reserve and alternate is 1.6. So you can see we've got all sorts of extra fuel. We got well almost an hour of extra fuel. So there's no reason to panic about that. Come over here, we're done with the departure airports. You just unpin them and they're gone. And then you can also come over here and you've got a really great moving map now that works really, really good. You can zoom the map out a little bit. This is a really nice moving map for just looking out the window and seeing, hey, where are we going? What are we flying over? This airplane also has really cool flyby sounds. I think that that's probably something that Boris added. So Boris has good sounds there. Looks like Memphis and Atlanta are up. So there's some ATC popping up here. The risk of sounding like a big wimp, I'm kind of running out of a bit of steam here. So we'll probably find somebody cool to raid after we land. Boozy Sheep is here. Hi, Boozy Sheep. We are CRJing over to Halifax. The CRJ, of course, a fun airplane if you're a sim pilot, if you are a normal-sized adult. Being squished back in a CRJ is not nearly as much fun. Because generally when you're a passenger on a jetliner, you want to avoid being squishy. Not speeding up a bit. Fuel's good. We are 400 miles from top of descent. Our ground speed 462. That's not bad. If you have never heard of Boozy Sheep before, Boozy Sheep does all sorts of flight simming. Has also been known to be flight simming in DCS World. And there are occasionally sheep that have probably had one beverage too many in the Boozy Sheep cockpit. For our descent, it'll be 290 and Mach 0.74. There is actually an awful lot in this flight management computer that I've really never done anything with. Just looking to see if they left any food out for the pilots here in the galley. Not really. Not really. Here's stuff for the flight attendant. So the flight attendant has lights up here. So there's lights for the flight attendant. More lights and a phone. I don't think any of these are clickable. And there's a monitor there for the flight attendant. I guess this is briefing, so you play this is how you play the briefing for takeoff. And the phone looks pretty good. There's the flight attendant seat that slides out over there. And I guess they've got a little closet over here too. And we've got a lavatory up front. And as you can see, there's nothing. Okay, see, this is a real primitive airplane. You just open the door and I guess, you know, do whatever business you have to do and try not to look down. That would be really mean. And no first class or anything on this one, so just basic steerage seats. I don't think that any of the upper overhead bins are active. I was talking about getting in the CRJ 200. when you walk past beyond the wing, there's this little sign up here that says exit. And on the 200, I kind of have to duck a little bit on this one. It's also bigger. It hangs down further in the older 200. This one's a little bit not the same. It looks like we've got two of them here. Oh no, this one takes you back into the back cargo area, I guess. And nothing there. No smoking in the lavatory. Okay. They did number the seats, so the seat numbers are up, and I think they match the real airplane. I do notice every now and then there you get a little hesitation here. And come back and check your speed. Oh, look at that. Man, it just has not changed at all. Sometimes when you're making turns and all that, it changes all the time. All the freaking time. Very annoying. 354 miles to top of descent. And you can see my little heading bug is off by a little bit. Always like to keep that straight up, so press the center of the heading bug and it should fix it for you. There was a really good television station in Denver called KBTV. Good evening, Matt YYZ. Good to see you. We just departed from YYZ. We had a very nice flight out of the YYZ today. Boston's got some approach up right now. Nothing over at YYZ yet. It is 2135 Zulu. We'll be getting in at 109. So 2240 or 45. It could be that we're going to miss. Moncton Monday by about 15 minutes. The taxiing at YYZ is so long usually. Yeah, Simbri put us over on runway 23 for departure. I thought that was a little unusual, but we followed what SimBrief told us to do today. We still have tower up at Copenhagen right now. Probably getting the last few vectors to Copenhagen pilots in, because I'm guessing that's over. We've got a little bit of activity going on in London right now. What's happening here? Okay, so EGCC is up right now. So Manchester and Liverpool is up today too. So all sorts of fun in Liverpool. We've got London City. We've got... So London City, we've got Stansted. Yep, Stansted. Biggin Hill has got an ATIS up right now. Let's see. Dusseldorf is up right now. A little bit of ATC around Paris right now. Le Bourget. Orly, and of course Charles de Gaulle is up right now. Dad game time. I hope I said hi when you came in. I'll bet things have calmed down quite a bit here. Justin's doing an American Airlines flight from Gatwick to the DFW today. Let's see. Busiest airport right now still is Heathrow. Wow. I would figure that would have dropped off a little bit, but nope. There are 21 arriving and 23 departing. Frankfurt is next, followed by De Gaulle, then Los Angeles, Kennedy, Atlanta, and then London Gatwick are the busiest airports. The most used airline right now is Delta, followed by American, Ryanair, Lufthansa, Speedbird, United, and Air Canada. The biggest airplane on the sim is the A320, followed by the 737-800, the 777 Whiskey. Okay. And the busiest route, LA to Honolulu. Oh, are they doing the LA to Honolulu has 4 airplanes. Are they doing ATC out to Honolulu? No, they're just airplanes that are flying it right now. One of the things that we're going to keep an eye out for is a day that they're going, because sometimes there's ATC that will pop up that is basically the Pacific coast all the way out to Honolulu. And they stay up long enough for you to do that flight. And that would be a good one because Hawaiian Airlines used to fly the L1011. So you could do an L1011 flight if you wanted to. And that one might be kind of nice. I think the airplane's a little loud. Colorado Springs is up, Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Diego. Florida's starting to kick into gear here too. And let's... Okay, you see our speed has moved up just a touch. So we're at Mach 0.817 right now. So usually what I'll do with something like that is come over to my engines. And what I need to do is just bump this down ever so slightly. 88.2. $87.8. Let's see what that does. .300 nautical miles to our top of descent. Heading bug readjust. And over on the descent on the Fundy arrival. And generally the VNAV on this one, you're basically just going to pace yourself down here. And the only altitude constraint for the Fundy arrival that we're going to need is 5,000 feet at Logpo. That's it. So this one will be pretty easy to manage. Fuel has dropped a little bit. Now it's 3.0 tons. Well, that's to be expected because we were supposed to fly this. This did its initial computations for Mach 0.75, and your Leadfoot Spy here is going at Mach 0.81. So you can see we're a little fast. Matt says that Halifax is usually a good time. There's always a storm. Yeah, it is. We have been beeped. We have been beeped. $134.7.
Delta 1649, descend via the J-Fund to arrival, runway 27, D Boston altitude. This is 2973.
2973 at Boston, descend via J-Fund, and what was the runway for Delta 1649?
When you go to KBGR, that is a great place if your music playlist has lots of bangers in it. That was good, right? It's so badly broken. Baston, how you doing? From Jazz 441, level at flight level 350.
First Air Canada 612, Boston, your radar contact, maintain flight level 370, squawk code 2422.
It is, well, it's Monday, Matt. I mean, we've had a big long weekend. Lots of ATC, lots of fun stuff.
Jazz 441, Boston Center, radar contact, flight level 350, squawk code 1434.
Jazz 441, squawking 1434.
Roger.
I really liked
Boston Center, hello,
squawking 0007. That was better. But yeah, it's really fun. Dad Game Time says that only 2 people are flying the L1011 right now. It's a hard airplane to fly. And then the thing is trying to get it set up.
American 1, unfortunately, Cleveland Center's on.
You know, in a really big VATSIM event or something like that, it's going to be kind of hard.
Over to advisory for American 1, see
because it's non-RNAV. So you could put an RNAV star in. But when it's a big VATSIM event, you know, the VATSIM controllers don't usually have a lot of time to be able to deal with a vector's arrival or the other stuff. So it's a great airplane, but I think it's got some limitations on the big VATSIM events.
2554, what's the best you can give me once you're at 360?
I don't know much more, probably 0.77, Southwest 2554.
Okay, 2554 at flight level 360 to your best forward speed, and let me know what that's going to be.
Copy, Southwest 2554.
United 1923, maintain Mach, actually do not exceed Mach 0.7.
Wow, they're slowing people up and speeding them down going into Boston right now.
Roger. Boston Center, Southwest 2554. Our best Mach speed will be 0.79, Southwest 2554.
2554, beautiful, maintain Mach 0.7 under grid.
Maintain Mach 0.7 under grid, Southwest 2554.
Ooh, we are dropping down a little bit here on our landing. Estimated landing fuel, 29.4. What is 1.6? I think we're good. I speed it up, so that's why it's dropping so much, I guess. We're only supposed to be at Mach at 0.75, so.
Bravo, Boston Center, squad code 46760, right contact. And do you, are you able to 7 or do you need 2 to left?
466,
I don't think once I get my hands on it, I'll be coming to almost every event when you're proficient. Are you talking about when you're going to get... Are you talking about the L1011? Lovis likes the L1011. The last update was nice. We still need to take... That's right, we were going to do a Ton Cotton flight, weren't we? And Lovis has pre-tested the L1011 into Ton Cotton, and I haven't heard reports of, you know, charred remains on the field there, so you apparently were able to get it in and land it and not run out of runway, right?
Descended pilot discretion.
What was the secret?
Maintain flight level 290, Southwest 2554.
You're thinking, so Blue, you want to use the TriStar in the events. Well, you know, if you get really good at the airplane, there's no reason why you can't take it on the flight. I mean, there really is no reason why you can't take it on a big VATSIM event if you're really good at your airplane. Lovis was using INS is better than the GNS 530. They never use GPS as a primary nav system on the L1011s. And you can. I mean, the INS is going to work just fine for you. And in fact, the way that they set up the INS in the L1011 means you're not sitting there the whole flight converting and entering latitudes and longitudes. So you can use that flight. I think the hard part comes when you are coming into a very big VATSIM event and you can't use an RNAV star that everybody else is using. I don't know that they've actually, well, you can't take the Concorde into cross the pond. And I think that's it. Sunjammer, good night to you. Loviz says you can, doing a planned hold is hard too. Well, yeah, if you're going to do a hold, you just basically have to do it yourself, right? I think you said you basically do heading hold and a stopwatch. And that's what you do for your hold, right? It will not automatically just do it for you whilst you sit there and watch your fuel drool away.
United 1923, maintain, do not exceed Mach 0.72.
Tennessee 4, 1923.
Roger.
Why Halifax has got 10 arrivals, 1 departure, and 2 flight plans. Air Canada Flight 612 is ETA in 36 minutes. Rouge 2044 in 35. Jazz 441 in 37 minutes. Loviz says it would keep you occupied on vectors to Copenhagen, and I think it would probably drive you absolutely bonkers on vectors to Copenhagen, especially if it's a crowded vectors to Copenhagen, because when you're trying to set up a bunch of other stuff, you got to spend your time doing them hold manually. And after a while, I think doing a hold manually has got to be really hard. Scott is back in chat. Hey, Scott. Welcome back into chat. And Ben is back with a very nice resub for 46 months. Ben, those months are really starting to build up. Those numbers are starting to get big scary. The live streams, I guess, been going on for a while. Ben, thank you for 46 months of support and helping me to keep my goofy little world going. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for helping me to be a live streamer. I love doing what I'm doing. There could be Skywalkers on this one, on the 4th. Even though it's not listed, it looks like Atlanta is up if you want to go and try and do some of the Sith or the Jedi arrival. Watch, today they're probably doing Lord of the Rings arrivals.
Bravo, descendant pilot discretion, maintain level 240. United 1923, short vector delay, flight heading 270.
I think that most of all...
United 1923, short vector for delay, flight heading 270.
Yeah, this is everybody coming into Boston. Ooh, we got Tower and ASUS up.
23, Boston Center.
I'm out for...
YHC ASUS.
Yeah, short vector for delay, flight
Information Alpha. Approach runway RNAV Zulu Yankee ILS runway 23. Inform arrival of requested approach on initial contact. Landing and departing runway 23. And then it disappeared. You've got to watch out for the Sith. That's right. Well, that was a little bit scary. We popped up YHZ, and there was an ATIS and a tower, and it just disappeared. I guess they saw there were spies coming to town. And I guess when there's spies coming to town, ATC goes and decides, let's go and have pizza instead.
Show you climbing descent immediately, level 280.
Uh-oh, somebody's having a hard time.
Southwest 2554, traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles, turning westbound, a 737, and now they're at level 280. They were 300 above earlier.
Somebody's having a hard
traffic,
time.
5 miles, flight level 280.
Southwest 2554, the traffic's no conflict now. Cross crank, gotta maintain 7,000, the steward altimeter 276.
Say again, Southwest 2554.
2554, the traffic's no conflict. Cross crank, gotta maintain
Always,
7,000.
oh, that's one of our
Steward altimeter
favorite waypoints too. Cross crank. That's only for the real cranky pilots, of course, but still.
76, descend 7,000, Southwest 2554.
Negative, cross crank, gotta maintain 7,000.
Cross crank, maintain 7,000, 2554.
Jazz 441, same op.
Jazz 441 is at Mach 0.81.
Jazz 441, maintain Mach 0.81 or greater.
Mach 0.81 or greater for Jazz 441. It's a cranky old waypoint, isn't it?
0.75. Air Canada 612, maintain Mach 0.81 or greater.
So I got told 81 or greater. And I guess they're telling the Air Canada ahead of me to speed it up too. Oh, wow. YHC is back. YHC is back. I wonder if you go to KBGR, one of the specialties at the restaurant is bangers and mash. It could be a waypoint to Social Security. Crank? Yeah, I'm sure when you start Social Security, they give you an old crank test. Okay, let's see. Over, they are using the ILS. Blue was being economical.
Offline, your radar services terminated, frequency changes approved.
The tree-eating CRJ. Minimums.
Abigail.
650 feet.
Rouge 2044 flight, switch up here, maintain Mach 181. And Jazz 441, maintain Mach 0.75 or less.
Mach 0.75 or less for Jazz 441. Okay, 7.5.
Sorry about that.
And now let's reduce that. Never a problem. We'll just give the first class passengers some extra beer.
Beautiful.
Okay, reduce the throttles. And now I bugged Mach 0.75, so we go and roll this back down, and that should be good. So that should slow us down. But this is part of the fun and the challenge of flying this airplane, is we're expected to maintain speed, just like an airplane that has an auto throttle. We don't have an auto throttle, so this means even more, cool things to learn. So that's another reason why I'm a little jazzy about this airplane.
Boston Center, Southwest 2554 with request.
Go ahead.
Pauliot says that maybe people are flying the L1011 offline
you want us at or above 7,000
because people are too afraid to fly it online.
Turn left, heading 160.
Hey, you know me. I'm never ashamed to admit when I'm too afraid to do something.
I'm sorry, Southwest 2554. Say again the request.
Do you want us crossing crank at 7,000 or at or above 7,000?
It's at 7,000.
Copy. Then we would have to start descending now.
Yes, sir. That's what the instruction applied.
Copy. Southwest 2554.
Jazz 441, looks like your passengers are going to get a little extra beer. Turn right heading 120, flight vector for delay.
Right turn to 120 vectors for the delay. No problem, Jazz 441.
We hardly have in-flight service, let alone beer. United 1923, direct Helen, rejoin the arrival, cross crank, Adam 18, 7000, Stewart altimeters.
It was 120, right?
Could you repeat that for 1923? Sorry about that.
Okay, we'll break it up. Direct Helen, Hotel Echo Lima, Oscar November.
Direct Helen for 1923.
1923, Roger. Cross crank, Charlie, Romeo, Alpha.
People are having a hard time
Adam 18,
crossing
Stewart
crank
altimeter,
tonight.
2976.
All right, there's Mach 0.75.
At 1923, you can resume normal.
Okay, that looks good. So Mach 0.75 and turn right heading 120.
Southwest 2554, resume normal.
Polyot says using VATSIM as a metric for popularity is lousy anyway. Over 1 million people purchased Microsoft Flight Simulator. 1,029 people are in VATSIM at the moment. That is 0.1%.
November 6th, Delta.
What's your position?
That is a huge difference.
40 miles east of the Lebanon airport.
That really is a huge difference, isn't it, Polyot? I thought if you have Flight Simulator, if you bought Flight Simulator, you'd be flying on the network with everybody.
603.
Blue says our controller may be getting cranky about having to repeat, you know, the turn to crank.
Roger, stand by.
Could be. Over 1 million people purchased Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's 1% of those people fly on VATSIM.
0046, maintain VFO.
Maybe it's just because I'm like Abby something, Abby normal. Because I'm Abby normal, that's, you know, flying on VATSIM is, I can't imagine not having VATSIM and ATC and stuff like that. Hi, Nikki Fizz. Welcome. Thanks for coming by today. We have just been turned out a few degrees on it for spacing. Was that a reference to Young Frankenstein? I don't know, Nikki. It could have been. Right now, it could be worse. It could be raining.
Simply 5 Romeo Mike Boston, squad code 2421, direct of contact.
Blue says a barrier to entry filters a lot of people because a lot of people either don't have the interest or just don't understand the concepts well enough to get through the first level exam. That may have something to do with it too. And my guess is for an awful lot of folks, especially those huge numbers that Polyot was talking about, just the idea of putting a plane like this into VATSIM and stuff has got to be something that most people say, no way.
441, direct Ebony, maintain Mach 0.80 or less.
Mach 0.80 or less, and we are direct to Ebony, Jazz 441. Okay, 80 or less. I'm going to go back to Mach 0.80. How about Mach 0.79?
Arcana 612, report your speed to Moncton 132.2. Cruise 2044, maintain Mach 0.81.
That's next for us. Direct to Ebony. DTC Ebony. And execute and nav. And let's see if we can't get our speed up here now. A lot of people just want to enjoy the game. What? You mean they don't want to sit here and do a bunch of math and turn 30 degrees to the right for spacing and wait at the gate for 45 minutes for a gate delay? What fun is that there, Polyot? I mean, geez.
contact New York 125-325, Southwest 15.
I did, Nikki. Yes. We think it was a bad. It was bad nav data. There was something wrong with the nav data when it was causing the WASM crash.
First 2044, report to speed to Moncton 132.2. And Jazz 441, same for you, report to speed to Moncton 132.2. Enjoy.
132.2 for Jazz 441. We'll report the number of beers. Have a great week.
Yeah.
Okay, 132.2.
Boston, Delta 22 on the ground.
Gatwick on the weekend is on VATSIM is an hour delay. Is it? Blue says that's what we call a demotivator. That's a good way to put it. Yes, I can understand why. I can understand why some people would not be considering stuff like that fun. Now, obviously, I do. I think that this is a blast for me. It's not just, a live stream and keeping my lights on. I have genuinely a good time with this, and the people that do this as well. Moncton, very good afternoon from Jazz 441 at flight level 350, direct to Ebony, maintaining Mach points 80 or less.
Cat 441, Moncton Center, hello, Halifax, finishing 0, current, runway 23.
Jazz 441 has information Sierra aboard.
Is that who I think it is?
There are spies on the way to Moncton, so,
Well, actually, you're on the way to Halifax. If you want to be a smarty pants.
Actually, no, I was doing several things at once when I was answering and wasn't thinking. I'm sorry.
Sure. But it's exposed Halifax information 0, current, runway 23.
Landy says, yes, they are going to update Black Flag. I think if they were going to update Odyssey, I would be kind of going like, woohoo, because I know a little bit about Odyssey. I don't know that much about Black Flag. Okay, we're at Mach 0.79. That's good. I think we're in great shape. But I heard that they were going to do that. I imagine Odyssey's probably too old for them to update. Okay, we're looking good here. You're a pirate and you run your own pirate ship. Does Johnny Depp make an appearance? Landy says that Black Flag was Landy's favorite of the franchise. There was another one of the Assassin's Creed that had Lindsay Sterling doing the music for it.
Gander 1321.
Gander 1321,
Bye-bye.
Mike Smith, that was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So Syndicate was the one that had Lindsay Sterling doing part of the musical soundtrack and stuff. Irby says you would like the game Windrose. Okay, Mach 0.79, so it's 80 or less. I decided to get just a little bit of space in between me and the airplane up ahead. Matt, that's the one that was Syndicate. I don't remember. I remember Odyssey. Sibby played the one with Ever. That was like the Norwegian Assassin's Creed, I think. So I don't even remember that one. So I just remember Odyssey, and then the one before that, Origins, was the one with the mummies. And that's actually the game that I learned that I just am terrible at those kinds of role-playing games. Which is too bad. I think they're great. I wish I was a little better at them.
Boston 134, decimal 7 today. Over Boston, that's 34.7 for 32. Yeah. The 5 Romeo Mike from Boston, okay. Austin. Moncton, say hello.
I was just looking over here to see. So we're coming on in here. Greenwood is up. Information Sierra's up. I've got Sierra in there. Did they change it? Nope, didn't change it. Everything's good. Landy's seeing some people stream it, but you haven't paid much attention. Landy picked up a game called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Do you have a character that looks like Burt Reynolds that goes down a river? Let's see. Sibby has been playing a new one called Crimson Desert that looks like it's a lot of fun. That one seems to have a lot more puzzles and stuff than your average role-playing game, too.
Point ready to set 10,000, the Halifax altimeter 2965. Commit 612 when ready to send 10,000, the Halifax altimeter 2965.
If you have the cockpit door open, you hear sounds from the cabin. At least I can in here, and sometimes they're distracting, so good reason to...
270 knots for greater is the conversion.
$40 miles from top of descent. 50 actually. Slightly slow. So I'm at 86.2. Just bump those throttles up a tiny little bit there. And that should be good. Emergosa, well, actually, no. This one got a little long. Our ground speed, though, has been, up around 500 knots. I guess the distance between Toronto and Halifax is just a lot bigger than we thought. Or I thought. But we got the CRJ flying high and it's working good. Aviation Ryan just came in. Hi, Aviation Ryan. We are in the CRJ heading into Halifax.
Bridge 2444, proceed at 201, ready to descend 10,000, the Halifax altimeter 2965.
Looks like they're using the direct-to-dutier as a way to space us out a little bit more. What is the ETA to the destination? Well, thank you very much for asking there, Amargosa. The ETA at our destination right now is 25 minutes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone into Captain Sarcastic mode. I don't know. It just pops out every now and then. No idea. There must be something in the Arnold Palmers today. Ooh, fuel got nasty though. 1.9. Eek. Divert is 1.6. Wow. Well, now it's 200. I'm going to use the in-flight lavatory for about 30 minutes. You realize if you do that, that could lead to somebody telling crappy jokes. I'm just saying. I would not well recommend, though, talking about the airline that must not be named. Yeah, I mean...
Explains 44 speed 270 knots in the conversion.
Well, there's just been so many really great jokes today, Emergo, so that I've worn out the drums. Yeah, mixing iced tea in the lemonade, it's really good. I need to go and re-watch the Magnar.
Cat 441, when ready to descend 10,000, the Halifax altimeter 2965, speed 260 or less in the conversion.
260 or less in the conversion. The altimeter for us today is 2965. What was that altitude for our descent when ready for Jazz 441?
Jazz 441, when ready to descend 10,000.
10,000 and 260 in the transition for Jazz 441.
Roger.
All right, there is the altitude set. Now then, let's see if we could put that into performance. So VNav, page. They said 260.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
Slash 260. I wonder if we could do this. There we go. 260 in the conversion. There we go. Mike is back with a nice resub. And we're 10 miles from top of descent. So let's go ahead and roll the throttles back a little bit. And start a gentle descent here. Vertical speed. Mike has been here for 29 months. Thank you for coming in with a nice resub. Good evening to you. I hope your Monday is going really good. And I usually will just start it off at about 1,000 feet per minute. Especially when I started descent a little bit early, and we'll see. Krebby, yeah, we'll probably do that. I'm finding my brain power is getting a little bit here, so probably ought to find somebody to raid. Plus, this airplane's a little bit more work. This airplane is a little more work. Minimums are set. You can't preset an altimeter, but you could preset it over here. So 2965. It's probably not correct to do it this way, but I will usually set an altimeter over in the backup altimeter.
Contact Halifax Terminal 1192. Good day. Yeah.
119.200. That is going to be our next frequency. Okay, we're doing pretty good there. Okay, now all of a sudden, it shows that we need to increase our rate of descent a little bit here. Krebby, thank you for coming by today. Our next flight is going to be Thursday, and we're already planning to do Helsinki to Oulu as Finnair Flight 441, which is the real Finnair Flight 441. Pulling my throttles back a little bit. and increasing our rate of descent. And we'll try and get the snowflake centered up here. Okay, here comes the snowflake. That's this little guy right here. And if you got the little snowflake centered up, then you're on your descent path, which is usually pretty good. Most of the time, I'm lucky to keep it within a point of either side of the descent path and maintain the speed that I'm supposed to maintain. So Mach 0.79 now, but 260 in the transition. So this one does keep you busy. And we're starting to speed up. There are snowflakes on the internet. There are, Irvy, and that's our snowflake here in the CRJ. So that's how it is that we know.
441, contact Halifax terminal 119.2.
119.2 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Good to see you out.
Thank you. Have a good Moncton Monday.
Thank you, sir.
129.2. Halifax Terminal, very good evening. Jazz 441 is descending to flight level 100 in the transition. It's going to be 260, and our request would be the ILS for runway 23.
Jazz 441, Halifax Terminal, good evening. Information Tango, Banter, and expect ILS runway 23 approach.
Expecting the ILS runway 23 approach, and we will get Tango aboard immediately. Jazz 441. I have Tango, and the altimeter is now 2967. Let's just go ahead and get that done now because we're busy campers in this airplane. A little bit high to do that, but that's okay. We're just descending too. And I'm starting to reduce the speed a little bit too. Instead of Mach, we now are supposed to be 260 in the descent. And there we go, there's 260, and of course we're way too fast. But we are slowing down, so the effort, it's the effort that counts, right? Seatbelts on, and yep, this airplane does have working seatbelt lights. So seatbelt lights are on. And we're actually at thrust idle right now. Coming over here to performance. Over on the performance tab, looks like a VAP is going to be 140, so 145 to land. We are a little heavy. I'm going to kind of reduce my rate of descent a little bit. I'm having a hard time keeping, getting the speed down. And I would much rather be closer to the speed than the altitude right now. Hi, Big J Plays. Happy Monday. Thanks for coming by. Hope your week is off to a good start. Welcome on in. And there's our speed finally getting where we need it to be. Clouds are thickening up a little bit here. I think the last time we did Moncton Monday, it was just pitch black. It was dark, no moon or nothing. I think it was also rainy and snowy too. I think it was good, really rainy and snowy. And we're finally coming up on 260. I'm noticing some hesitations here, some little burps in the instruments as we are descending. That's a little scary. Let's see, it's the CRJ. The CRJ will automatically tune in the ILS for us, so we don't have to worry about that, but it's always a good idea to come over and at least verify it, and it should be nav is on auto, and it will plug that in for us, we hope. And our speed's still coming down to that 260 where we're supposed to be at. We're slightly high.
Halifax terminal, it's Walker 1417, we're through 2,300 for 5,000 runway heading.
Walker 1417, Halifax terminal, identified, climb 8,000.
If you're kind of new to this, Walker is a virtual airline on the VATSIM and FlightSim world. Just heading right into that bank of clouds there. Hopefully, there's not a big mountain waiting over there. Landy says get ready for a 14 knot crosswind. No fear. I think I'm gonna need some speed brake here. We're not doing so good. Martel is gonna call it a night. Good night to you, Martel. Hope your week's off to a good start. Next flight is Thursday. Our first flight is the Welcome to Helsinki event. So when it's grocery store time, be sure and grab some blueberry juice for your Helsinki flying. And if you don't know, Helsinki,
250 knots or less.
250 knots or less now for Jazz 441. I'm going to let it start to coast down a little bit here. I've got speed brakes out. Little baby speed brakes out on the wings there. High speed brakes.
Just 441, fly heading 040, vectors 426.
New heading is 040 for Jazz 441.
Marina 828, proceed direct Academy on course.
There we go, 040. Now I'm just going to go ahead and put away the speed brakes and have a little bit more of a reasonable descent rate here. And that's going to help slow me. 8,000 now for Jazz 441. And really, really small numbers here, so you kind of have to zoom in and verify it. And all high CT aviation. Okay, there's our turn. That looks really good. It's really not slowing down, isn't it? There we go. Finally, it's starting to slow down. This, like an Airbus and everything, you can do one of two things. You can descend or you can slow down. You can't do both at the same time, really. Okay, that looks good. Looks like we're picking up localizer 1, so the localizer's active, but they may tell us to go to another waypoint, so let's probably just keep it in LNAV mode for the moment.
Terminal Walker 1417's back with you. Sorry, got disconnected. Deep pilot.
Oh, 4017, no problem. Proceed direct to...
Bailey is back with a really nice resub. Bailey's been here for 42 months. Hey, Bailey, thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for 42 months of helping me to keep this silly thing going. Thank you for the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan, but thanks for coming in. Thank you for being here. Hope it's a good Monday so far, as if a Monday could be good. Because, you know, Mondays. I'm reducing my rate of descent. We're still not slowing down as much as I'd like to. If I can get below 230 knots, I can start to throw out some flaps and slats. That will help us manage our speed a little bit better on the descent. Because it's a slippery little airplane. There's 230. Flaps 1. Arm the thrust reversers. And with that, we'll put the speed brakes back down. Speed brakes are now down. That's good. And I'm going to go and try and hold 210 at this point. Thank you again, Bailey, for the nice support.
Turn right heading 110, descend 5,000.
5,000 feet is our altitude. Right turn 110 for Jazz 441.
Canada 612, contact tower 118.4, good day.
110 on the heading. That looks good. Okay, now we've got a decent speed. That looks really good. November 321, we're going to raid somebody who's going to do the Orlando event. I've been had a couple of long flights today, and I'm getting a little brain fried for another big VATSIM event. And nobody likes a brain fried person. I don't think we're going to get another direct 2, so let's go ahead and go nav source over to localizer 1. And I am picking up localizer. Let's see. Does this have the correct course setting in here for us? 233. It does not. $233, that's looking good. Yeah, it's still in the plan, Thalo. It just obviously didn't happen as soon as we wanted to. So, but yeah, I haven't forgotten that we're going to be doing that one. Things came up as they always do, but I'm not going to give up on that one because that's a fun one, Thalo. Let's see. B. Jeff US is in chat. Just started simming. Which airplane learning first? So this is going to sound perhaps a little bit snotty, but it isn't, okay? B. Jeffs. Do you know how to fly a plane? 3,000. 3,000 for Jazz 441. Do you know how to fly a plane? We've got ice.
Jazz 441, turn right heading 140.
Right turn to 140 for Jazz 441. That being said, if you don't know how to fly a plane, one of the cool things that you're going to get in Flight Sim is the flying lessons. Okay, so I think a great way to start in flight simming might actually be to, I think it might actually be to start in what they call career mode and learn a little bit about the sim that way. 1099. Are we good to go over here? 1099, it just didn't put in that. After that, BJeffs, so what you'll do is you'll start in the Cessna, and then maybe you'll try and do a more powerful propeller airplane. There is a Caravan that's a payware out there that's pretty cool. But you don't have to be spending money because there's a lot of good default airplanes that you can start flying. Then when you're ready to start flying jets, one of the jets that comes with Microsoft Flight Simulator is the CJ4.
Successful for 1, right heading 200, cleared ILS 23.
Right turn now 200 and cleared for the ILS 23 for Jazz 441. I'm going to bug 180. So one of the cool airplanes is called the CJ4. That is a really good one to try and learn all about jets. And then after you've learned a little bit about the business jet and the CJ4, another cool airplane to look at is the fly-by-wire A321neo. That is a full, jetliner Airbus, but the cool part is it's free. And because it's free, that's going to be a really, really good airplane to get started. Irvy, the Vision Jet, that's another good one that you'll have in the simulator that works really well for you. Then, after you've started doing stuff like with those airplanes, I'll tell you that then you could start looking at some of the payware airplanes like the PMDG 737 and 777s. This is a payware airplane. This is a CRJ. This one is a handful. It's a fun handful, one we really like, but there you go. So you've got a lot of things to choose from. Probably one of the best airplanes that you can get for
Just 441, contact tower 118.4.
118.4 for Jazz 441. Thank you. Have a good week and happy Moncton Monday.
Thank you.
118.4. That's going to be the tower. 121.9 is ground. Preset that while we have time. That's ready to go. And we're coming in here just fine. That looks good. Here's ground. Career mode. That was the word I was looking for.
Holding
Halifax Tower, good evening. Jazz 441 is currently on the ILS runway 23.
Jazz 441, Halifax Tower, good evening. Continue approach.
Continue the approach, Jazz 441. Yeah, this is the CRJ from Aerosoft. That's right. Thanks, Shrek Gaming. Okay, I'm trying to hold 180 here in the descent. We've got glide slope and localizer. And everything's good. The problem is Dela, we've got all sorts of different airplanes. Okay, posture check for turning off the autopilot. We'll get ready to fly the airplane. And a reminder here, what's VRAF? 140, we'll call it 1. How about 145 to land? 145 to land. Ooh, too slow, too slow. Actually, it's not a bad event. If there isn't a ton of if there isn't a ton of airplanes, yes, AZ.
Contact around 121.9.
And BJeffs, one of the other cool things that's going on in Flight Sim right now is we've got all of these great airplanes And we've got all sorts of people flying around on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that, and that's a great place to come and pick stuff up.
441, winds 290, 19, gusting 30, clear to land, runway 23.
Runway 23 sounds a little windy, clear to land, Jazz 441. All right, lights, cabin. Anti-ice is off. Let's start looking for an airport. I don't see anything. And some more flaps. Okay, there's our bug for not wanting to go too slow. I got a light over there, but I don't think that's it. Carol, welcome back in. Yeah, we're going to call it a day after this one. Our next flight is the Welcome to Helsinki event. And the Welcome to Helsinki event is Thursday. And we're going to fly a real Flight 441 flight. All right, I got the airport. I got the runway. Gear is down, 3 green. Reversers are armed. Autopilot is off. Captain's flying the plane now. No, no, no. No reason to panic. No, no, no. No reason to start drinking heavily. A little bit too fast. And there is a really gusty wind today, so we're not looking for butter here today. We're looking to plant the airplane on the ground. We're getting blown around quite a bit too.
200.
Landing.
Air Canada 96, line up, runway 23.
Okay, up to runway 2.
Jazz 441, welcome to Halifax. Exit right when able. Contact ground 121.9.
Ground is 0.9 right when able. Jazz 441. Happy Moncton Monday. Thanks.
Thanks for flying.
Not so bad considering it was really, really gusty.
Air Canada 96, contact Halifax Tower Terminal, Airborne 119.
Halifax ground, hello there from Jazz 441 just off of runway 23. Taxi to parking, please.
441, welcome to Halifax, taxi Charlie Alpha, apron at discretion.
Charlie Alpha, the apron's ours. Thank you so much from Jazz 441. All right, we made it here. Open up the APU flap. All of our lights are good. I did not get the flaps up. Flaps up, speed brakes are down. Let's disarm the reversers. Reversers are off. And Charlie and Alpha. Charlie and Alpha looks pretty simple to me. Minus 295. So winds are 250 at 20 knots. I think that is a great landing rate. When it's really, really windy like that, I think that's an awesome landing rate. Come on over here to performance, go to the flight log. You'll see that it is landed, it's logged our landing time. Our total time en route was 1 hour and 44 minutes, and we used 3.2 kilos of fuel. So not a bad flight. For this flight, we had planned on our trip fuel. was supposed to be 2.7. So we used a little bit more, but remember, I was speeding a little bit earlier. So I had kicked in the speed just a little bit. So yeah, we used just a little bit more speed. And that's just more stuff that is buried deep into the flight management computer of this airplane, which is really cool. And there is our cute little CRJ. I am so glad that it works. This is an event that happens every Monday, and somebody was asked in chat, I think it was AZ asking, is this good for beginners? When it's not busy like this, absolutely. And if for no other reason, because this is Canadian airspace on VATSIM, and some of the most patient and educational controllers are here on VATSIM, in VATSIM Canada. This is a really great place if you're new. And we've got an Air Canada over there. We'll grab ourselves one of the gates at the end. They've got some pretty big gates here, because this is also an airport that a lot of big jets will divert to if there's an emergency or something like that. So it's one of those bigger kinds of airports. Okay, lights are good there. And we did not turn on the APU. Let's get that going in here. That Air Canada is just pushing back. I'm going to guess that's probably a good place to stop right there. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Everything's good there. I do have an APU up and running, so the airplane's not going to go totally pitch black as soon as we turn off the engines, which is fairly nice, because if all the lights go out, passengers sometimes freak out, and we don't want to freak out our passengers. Engines going off. Let's stop squawking. Squawkage has ended. We're done with the fuel booster pumps, and the beacon can go off. I turned off the probe heat. We can do seat belts down there. Come over to the aircraft. We'll need wheel chocks, ground power. Let's open up some doors. We'll drop guardrails, request a jetway. And there comes the cargo doors open. Let's see if the jetway's coming to get us. Oh, look at that. The jetway's coming to get us. And the passengers get to walk out on a jetway, which is probably really nice if they're here in the wintertime. But we made it. Wolfie arrived. Hi, Wolfie. Halifax to Montreal is Wolfie's training route, where I flew a lot of your first flights on VATSIM. Super nice controllers, super simple airspace. And then Moncton Mondays is a very calm event. Yeah, I mean, the two best calm events, big events, are Vectors to Copenhagen and Moncton Mondays. And so, Wolfie talking about the training route, we all had our special training routes. And this was Wolfie's. So this is a really, really cool place to come and learn these things. So if you're new on VATSIM, find a route that you know, usually in a part of the world where you live. And that's just absolutely one of the best things that you can do. It really is. So, first flight on Thursday is Finnair Flight 441. It's going to be Helsinki to Oulu. There is a nice payware airport for Oulu as well, too. And then we've got a few other things to do, too. So that's going to be the first flight that we've got over there. So that one should be a nice one. That's right, Wolfie. If you're learning a new airplane, it's what we call the milk run, our training route, our milk run, stuff like that. AZ discovered that a coworker is a controller in the Montreal area. See, I think it's really cool when you learn stuff like that too. We were having trouble with this airplane yesterday. I was getting WASM crashes, so I took it early this morning on my milk run. And that really is a great way to learn, to just go and take care of your airplane and move forward and just do a fast flight and make it all work. Blue's flight was London Heathrow to ABZ. I don't remember ABZ. Would you remind me what that one is, Blue? Super cool, and they're really nice controllers. So we've got all of that going. Oh, there's a WestJet just landed. Or maybe they're taking off. Aberdeen. Okay, London Heathrow to Aberdeen. Blue, what a great run. I'm saying that is a great run in that area. Not too long, not too short, and it's an area that you know generally the geography and everything, and that's going to help you, figure out all the things that you need to learn to do. Is the Air Canada waiting for you to leave? They're probably just getting stuff set up. Either that or they're I was kind of waiting to see if their taxi light would pop on and stuff. Or yeah, maybe they're waiting for us to. Would you guys get out of here? We don't want to watch you to watch us taxiing and stuff. Your main run ENVA to ENGM and back. Okay, great runs in Norway, but Captain, sort of. That is your hometown. That's your home country, right? Those are the best places. To have your training run, your main personal run for learning new airplanes and all the other cool things. Tim Dog started out doing LAX to San Francisco as a test flight for new airplanes. It's not long. It's got a good climb and descent constraint. It is a great way to do that. Blue was flying VFR out of Gatwick, Manchester, and Liverpool. Those are good ways to learn skills, that is for sure. It's taken a while to set up that Airbus, so maybe they are waiting. There was a couple of nice gift subs today. Certainly want to say a big, huge thank you for that. There was some nice resubs and also some really, really nice cheers today. Thank you so much for coming in and really great ATC support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here and continue to be a live streamer. I do have a very, very short video that we pre-recorded together the other day that'll pop up on YouTube tomorrow. So that will be popping up on YouTube tomorrow. And I will look forward to seeing you on Discord Tuesday and Wednesday as I do apartment cleaning and go to the grocery store and everything else. But then I can't wait to see you on our next flight, which is Thursday, the Welcome to Helsinki event over on VATSIM. It does look like Conti is doing a nice flight right now. So let's go and say hi to Conti, and I can't wait to see you Thursday. But I really should cut it here and stop rambling. Thank you for being here. Have an incredibly good night. Until we get together, it's crazy out there. Please, please, please stay healthy and stay safe. And I can't wait to see you Thursday. Thank you for being here. Cheers and good night.